Hello everyone, and welcome to 428 Shibuya Scramble, also known as one of my favorite games of all time. I am so weirdly nervous for this stream. I have been so nervous. I think it's easier streaming games I haven't played before because it's like a new experience all around, but like the fact that I've already played this and I love it so much, I think a little part of me is now like, oh no, I hope people like it. I hope people enjoy it. But welcome. I was debating whether to stream this or not because this is a very long game. It's pretty much entirely text-based, so it's going to be like a lot of reading. And as I said before, I've already played it before. Like, it's one of my favorite games. So I was like, well, it's a big commitment if I do decide to stream it, but I wanted to. So I just decided, you know what, I'm just going for it. So here we are. This is going to be a long-running thing for quite a while. I'm going to try and mix in other games around it too. It's not just going to be purely this for the next like 4 months, but but I'm really excited to play through this. I mostly just want to introduce it to people. And I figured as well, like, I really like story time streams. I like reading, and there's quite a few people who say they like my voice, so I was like, you know what? Let's have some reading. Let's have some story time. Oh, thank you for the head pads. But let me say hi to everyone before I start rambling on about how much I love this game. Lowski, congratulations on the first and welcome. Akire Bob, welcome. I saw you before the stream was starting, but I was trying to make sure everything was working. I had trouble with the audio for this game, so I was scrambling around. Hey, scramble. To try and get it working, but I managed to get it working, and hopefully it won't go weird. I think it should be alright. I think it should be good. But welcome, and Rodent, welcome. Nice to see you. I'm glad you're doing well. Rika, nice to see you. Welcome. Bath bombs are so nice. I love bath bombs. I tend to mostly have like either like sponge washes or baths. I like having bubble baths, but there's something so nice about getting like a good bath bomb that just makes your skin feel really soft. They're so nice. They're so good. Especially when they make the bath water pretty colours as well. But Gambler, welcome. Nue, welcome. Yes, I'm pretty sure I've talked to you about how much I love this game before. It's so good. But welcome. And Cam, welcome. Nice to see you. But I'm really excited for this one. Man, this must be a great series if it's the 428th game. I wish there were more games like this. Honestly, it's so good. I don't even remember how I discovered this game. I think it was literally the fact that I was looking up the dev team, because this is a game by Spike Chunsoft, who people might know for Danganronpa, among other things. And I found out about this game and I was like, wait, this looks interesting. But I'd never heard of it before too, but then it was on sale really cheaply. And Xander actually got it for me as a random pick off my wish list for Christmas in 2020. So that's like 2.5 years ago now. And it was a pure random pick. He was just going through like, okay, this one was on sale and I remembered you mentioning it, so I bought it for you. We actually ended up playing it together. We set it up so that it was on the TV downstairs, and we were going through it together. And Xander doesn't usually like visual novels. He's not a visual novel fan, but he also says, like, he said this game probably ranks in his, like, maybe top 5 games he's played. So he likes it too. It's an Avery family recommendation. But yes, I just love it. It's just really good. Lurk today. Oh, that is absolutely fine. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for stopping in. And yes, I'm going to be going on break soon. If anyone's in my Discord, you may have seen, I made a little announcement. But not next week, but the week after, I'm not going to be doing any midweek streams. Because I'm going to go visit friends, and I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to not do any work. I'm going to ban myself from working. Which is probably needed because I've been pretty stressed out recently for a number of reasons, but also a lot of it has been to do with my ISP and my internet being really bad, but hopefully we got a message saying that's going to be fixed this week, hopefully. and they said you shouldn't notice any disruption, but that's really funny to me because we've had disruption for the past 6 weeks. We won't notice any disruption because it's the same as the disruption we're already having, I guess. But I'm really hopeful that's going to work because that's been stressing me out because it's something I can't do anything about. And I've got a lot of stuff that I've needed to do, but I'm like slowly chipping away at my to-do list. And I think I can get the vast majority of it done in the next week. Like, except for like the long-term things, like re-rigging my model, that's going to take a while. It's going to be a summer job. But I'm getting there. I'm getting to the stress-free part. So hopefully soon, I will not be talking about how stressed I am all the time. But yes, today is story time. Today is just purely gratuitous, I'm doing this for myself content. But it's also because, just because I want more people to know about this game as well, though. I feel like nobody's ever heard of it. I mention it, people will be like, what's your favorite game? And I'll be like, oh, probably 428 Shibuya Scramble, and people will just be like, what is that? Never heard of that before. And then I have to try and explain it and say that it is a multiple timeline visual novel with live action actors. And people just look at me and they're like, okay, all right. But Alec, hello, nice to see you. And SF2, nice to see you. If it helps, tell them it's by the same writer as the Fate series. I mean, I could do that, but I feel like that would be a little, I don't know, it would feel kind of wrong to say that because it doesn't feel tonally like Fate at all. But I know there's a side story at the end of it which definitely feels more along those lines, but it's just a really good game. It's just really fun. And it's also been a while since I played it too, so there's probably going to be plenty I've forgotten as well. But yes, thank you for the hydrate as well. I'm gonna have a sip of my drinks, and I've got my tea. I made sure to make sure my tea flask was filled today because I figured I'm gonna be doing a lot of talking today. I'm gonna be doing a lot of reading. I want a hot drink for my throat. But yeah, you haven't played it yet, but it's on your backlog. Oh, maybe seeing me play the start of it will make you think like, oh, I need to play this now. Listen to how squeaky my flask is. It's so squeaky. I love it. But I'm doing well, Alec, thank you. I'm really excited to play this. I'm like excited and nervous, and also hoping that I'll be alright to read it all as well. Because my throat's been a little bit tickly recently because of cat allergies. But I'm feeling alright today. I'm feeling ready to do some reading. But yeah, it's been 2.5 years since I played this. It was December 2020. And then it was January 2021 when I finished it. Actually, it's really funny thinking about it. Thinking about the timeline, I finished playing this game, and then 2 weeks later I did my first ever stream. Maybe this was the inspiration. Just like, oh, I love playing games with people. I want to play games with more people. But yeah, it's been a while since I've played it too, so there are inevitably going to be parts which I don't remember how to do. But I feel like that's the fun of it too, though, because I've already played it. This is going to be my first backseating encouraged stream. I'm usually... The rules are usually like no backseating because I play a lot of puzzle games. And puzzles are the kind of thing where like if someone else solves it for you, it's like, well, okay, I have not got a puzzle to solve. But I've already played this. So if people have suggestions and then go like, oh, what happens if you do this? I will do it. Like, we can get to like the most obvious bad end, and if someone in chat goes, hey, what happens if you do this really terrible thing? I'll just be like, I don't know, let's do it. But yes, as well, you may have noticed in the corner too, I've got my little warning label up. There are quite a few violent moments in this game. There are character deaths, there are bad ends, and the bad ends are going to happen because quite a few of them you actually need to experience all of the paths to know what to do. So please be aware of that ahead of time. There is violence involved. But it's mostly just a really interesting, like, mystery, deductive thriller game. What happens if you go to Shibuya right now and make a cameo? Bet. I'll keep an eye out for you. I'll have a look out. And Vogon, hello, nice to see you. Welcome. Is there gore? There isn't gore, like, images, but some of the descriptions can get a little bit intense sometimes, depending on the scene. But I'll do my best to rush through any, like, graphic descriptions. It's not, like, super describing every last detail, but there are moments when it's like a person may be dead and it will describe that they are dead. But that's not like a main part of the game. But I'm really looking forward to starting this though. I'm also playing with a controller, in case you're wondering where my mouse cursor is. It's because this, I'm pretty sure the version on Steam is actually a PSP, PS Vita port. So it works better with controller than it does with mouse and keyboard. So I'm using my controller for it. So there will be PlayStation button prompts. Also, Timochi, hello! It's Jim? Wait, is Jim here too? Amazing. We've got everyone here today. Where's the WoW? The WoW did not play. Why did the WoW not play, but the Jim did? I have no idea, but hi, Timochi! And Alec, thank you for the lurk! Wait, you heard it? I think I just need to turn my volume up. Turn my volume up, there we go. I just have no ears, I guess. But yes, happy time zone! But yes, Alec, thank you for the lurk too. I hope that the lurk goes well. But yes, happy time zone, happy Tuesday. Hold on. Is it Tuesday everywhere? I think it's Tuesday everywhere except like maybe like East Coast Australia at the moment. Mostly Tuesday. But yes, happy Tuesday everyone. But yes, I'm gonna start a new game. And also, this is really funny, but I tried to wipe my save data so that I could just like start a new game afresh. But in doing that, I kind of corrupted the first save file. Because it still thinks there's a save there, but I deleted the save, so it's just like, this save data cannot be used. Also, unfortunately, it does mean that there's not going to be achievements. You're not going to see the achievements pop up. There are usually little achievements that happen when you've completed time blocks, but I've already unlocked them all, so that's not going to happen. Which might make it a little harder to know if we've completed each section, but I believe in us. But yes, hold on. Okay, my controller is working. Alright, here we go. But yeah, expect me to be scrambling around. Yes, it is the Shibuya Scramble. Right, do you want the guide to gameplay to be displayed? You know what? I'm gonna do that, so that for everyone who's experiencing it for the first time, you can see the tutorials. Also because it's been 2.5 years, and I've probably forgotten how to do it. Yeah, we'll have to make our own achievement notes. This story is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are products of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance is purely coincidental. Oh, that's a bit loud. Oh, that's very loud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, there isn't a volume option in the settings. Hopefully it's just... Oh no, I'm gonna have to turn this down. Oh boy. Oh boy, that was very loud. There we go. Intro scene! Hopefully this is a bit more reasonable. Just making sure you're paying attention. I'm just making sure you're awake. It's the warning, like we're starting now. But yeah, sorry about that. I didn't think it would be that loud. But yeah, as you can see, everything in this game, it's all live action. It's all real actors and real photos in Shibuya in Japan. And I went into it like, wow, this is a really weird choice. But after I finished it, I was just like, it's the perfect choice. It had to be. Felt like PlayStation 2 era intro. Well, I'm pretty sure when this game first came out, it was like around that time. This game is from ages ago. It's ancient. It took ages for it to be actually localized into English. But when it came out, it was a while ago. Hold on. Listen to this music as well, though. The whole soundtrack. Oh, I missed you. Oh, no, I didn't see you. I'll have to look out better next time. Hey, wanna know a fun fact? This game was originally on the Wii. I feel like that says a lot. This game was originally on the Wii in 2008. That's when it first came out. And then it got ported to the PlayStation 3 and the PSP in 2009. And then... Oh, interrupt this program for breaking news regarding the Shinjuku hostage situation. A middle-aged man in a ski mask took several employees hostage at an office in Shinjuku before barricading himself inside. Now that 3 hours have passed, the man... Employees believe the suspect to be a man named Kitajima. The suspect has prior dealings with another company in the building and is experiencing money problems. Authorities believe this to be the motivation for... Hello? Uh-oh. Yeah, start with a bang. Shibuya's story is yours to tell. Here we go, here we start. And we've got the guide. As you play through the game, the various mechanics will be explained. Hold on. Oh, there we go. In 428, you follow the stories of multiple protagonists at once. Your decisions impact their experiences as you read the story. What does the day hold in store? Their fate is in your hands. Hopefully you can see them all through to the end. To start, you have 2 characters, Shinya Kano and Achi Endo. Let's begin by checking out Kano's story. Hehe, dawn of the first day. Intro's giving you bad vibes already. No, it's like, the main story of the game does have like dark undertones, but the game itself doesn't... Like, there are plenty of, like, light-hearted moments, too. It's just a really interesting story. It's not, like, gonna turn into horror or anything. But it is a serious story, and there are dark moments, but the whole idea is, like, you see the dark moments, and then you figure out how to avoid that to get to, like, the best ending to make everything work out. But it's really, really cool. It's such a cool, clever game, and I'm really excited to play it. But, yeah, what was I saying before the intro actually started? Oh, yeah! The game was ported to PlayStation in 2009, and then it wasn't localized into English until 2018. So 9 years later. It took 9 years for it then to be released. And then it was released on PlayStation 4 and Windows in 2018. And then I played it in 2020, and it became my personality for like a good month at least. But yeah, it's the kind of game that nobody's ever heard of, but it's really interesting. But yeah, it really is like, it's very story time. It's like, sit down, grab a blanket, curl up, I've got some stories to tell. But yes, as you see, we cannot pick Achi yet. So we've got to check out Kano's story. There he is. Oh, isn't he cool? You can tell from their hairstyles, they look so 2000s. Just 2 more minutes to go. Shinya Kano noted the time again on his watch, scowling at the slow creep of the second hand. The time was 9:58 a.m. Furrows of consternation creased his forehead. He wasn't nervous, but he knew better than to expect everything to go smoothly. Keeping a level head was proving rather difficult. There was no room for failure. Lives were on the line here. He eyed his surroundings. Was the perp really going to show up? When? Where would he be coming from? How would he make his approach? The Shibuya Scramble was as packed as ever. A throng of people crossing this way and that, blissfully unaware of the dozens of detectives hidden in its midst. Haha, undercover. All right, another minute and a half. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, I love Kano. Kano glanced down at his watch yet again. A mere 30 seconds had passed. Detective Kano had been with the enforcement arm of Shibuya's criminal affairs section for a year now, but he'd never been part of an operation this big before. He eyed the young woman standing beside the statue up ahead. Yeah, he really does look like he's about to, like, Kamen Rider just transform. She was small enough to get lost in the crowd, and she carried a nondescript attaché case. Hitomi Osawa, age 19. The attaché case in her hands contained a full 50 million yen in cash. Yesterday, her twin sister Maria had been kidnapped. This was the ransom payment. The culprit had called Hitomi last night, at home, referring to her by name and telling her to wait by the statue of Hachiko in Shibuya. It was almost time, but nothing. Kano was staring fixedly at the second hand on his watch when a homeless man sitting on the sidewalk murmured just loud enough for him to hear. Addie! Hello! Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the resub for 28 months. Yes, it's Shibuya Scramble time. I love this game. It's so good. It's so good. You're planning on playing it soon? Yes, highly recommended. I recommend it so much. Thank you so much for stopping in and for resubbing. Luckily, we're like right at the very beginning now as well. So yeah, we're half an hour into the stream and this is like the 6th screen. But thank you so much, and I hope you have a lovely rest because I know it's late for you as well. But yay! Come on, Kano, quit looking at your watch so much. What if the kidnapper sees you? Kano tried to look nonchalant as he lifted his eyes, but the scruffy character continued. You're too nervous, just relax already. You're the one acting suspicious, Sasayama. Kano frowned. Why would some homeless guy be talking to me? Yuji Sasayama was the senior officer of the Shibuya Precinct's Criminal Affairs Division, 5 years older than Kano. And we got the guide! Some words and phrases in the text appear in blue. These are called tips. Press square to underline a tip, then press X. This will let you read some extra info relating to that word or phrase. There are tips containing general knowledge and ones that are 428 specific. These are marked with a magnifying glass and a 428 respectively. So if we look at the tip there, we've got information on the Shibuya Precinct. The official name, Shibuya Central Precinct, responsible for the safety of approximately 200,000 people in 32 neighborhoods. And I'm pretty sure it just names a bunch of the neighborhoods there. And I could read that all out, but it's fine. But yeah, the music in this game is so cool too. It's got a phenomenal soundtrack. He always went a little overboard with the disguises. He claimed it was all part of the job, but word around the station was that he just liked playing dress up. Honestly, if I was going undercover too, I'd want to make it fun. Hey, pal, spare some change? Sasayama lurched to his feet and shuffled in close to Kano. Hey, knock that off! Fittingly for the part, Sasayama reeked pretty badly. Well, ain't so suspicious now, huh? He clung to Kano with mock camaraderie, despite the younger man's attempts to pull away. Come on, Sasayama, cut it out! Sasayama's blithe confidence rattled Kano's nerves. Of course, there was good reason for that confidence. Look at them. Yeah, they're so inconspicuous. This was Kano and Sasayama's jurisdiction, but they were positioned a good distance from where the handoff was to take place. Jurisdiction. What does that mean? We've got our own little dictionary. Jurisdiction, a particular region over which an organization or a member thereof has control or authority, refers here to the areas under the jurisdiction of various police precincts. The Metropolitan Police Department, at the pinnacle of Tokyo's police hierarchy, has vastly more authority than local precincts, but since many officers wind up needing to work with both, the outright rivalry between the two isn't as notable as TV dramas may make it seem. I really love the descriptions in this. Oh, the green train car display is gone now. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I guess you can kind of tell the age of the game from like the style and things that may have changed. But aw. We've got more now. Sometimes 2 or more tips will appear on a single screen. Press square repeatedly to change which words are underlined. Highlight the tip you wish to read, then press X. Continue pressing square, or press circle to return to reading the story. Yeah, Hachiko's like a staple. I feel like there would be complete outrage if anyone ever tried to remove Hachiko. But yes, the statue of Hachiko. It's so sad that it's listed here as like a popular spot at the station and then it's not there anymore. That's so sad. But the statue of Hachiko, bronze statue of a dog erected in 1934. The dog was famous for loyally waiting for his absent master. Well known as a meetup spot outside of Shibuya Station. Other popular meetup spots at the station are the display car for the original Tokyo 5000 series, commonly known as the Green Frog, which, that's such a cute name, and the Moyai statue by the west entrance. Yeah, I really love the tips in this game because sometimes it's just like really straightforward, like this is the definition for a thing. Sometimes it gives you like little bits of information that aren't necessary but are really cool to know. And then other times they're just a complete joke and you're like, ah, I see. Right, HQ. HQ here refers to the Metropolitan Police Department, the Tokyo Police Section responsible for managing 101 precincts within the city. Japan's largest police organization. In addition to policing Tokyo, it has various other duties and authorities for maintaining public order in the capital. That is a very, very much just a descriptive one. Here we go. Kano and his partner were just there to provide backup if the kidnapper attempted to flee. Can you imagine that happening? Can't imagine that happening. Look, just try to relax, we'll be fine. Sasayama gave him a wink. A moment later, the radio squawked in Kano's ear. Shh, Alright, everyone, it's time. Keep your eyes open. I feel like I should have like an audio filter for the radio, but I didn't set that up. Here we go. Back at HQ. The voice coming in through the earpiece was Koji Kuze, HQ's operations director. The individual responsible for directing the investigation in the event of a serious crime. If a task force is set up, the operations director is the one who assumes command. TV dramas and other fictional accounts often feature some young prodigy from the MPD as operations director, but in reality, the position usually goes to a proven veteran. Until last year, he'd been the Shibuya Precinct's head detective and Kano's supervisor. We don't know when the perp is going to make contact. Don't let your guard down. Kuze's low, gravelly voice echoed in Kano's ear. Sorry, I can't really do a low, gravelly voice very well. You don't sound too worried, Kuze. Kano winced at Sasayama's words. How could the man be so nonchalant? They just make fun of themselves. No, they made fun of other shows. Because they're like, okay, usually in a show, it's like a young prodigy or a cool actor. And then they're like, no, it's usually the one who's been there the longest. The appointed time had come and gone. Something should be happening. Whap! Kano smacked himself in the thigh to release a little tension. You know, as you do. The sound was louder than he'd intended. Though the suit hid his muscular physique, it did little to dampen the noise. I love the description here just being like, just so you know, he's got muscles, he's ripped. Just so you know. You just need to know that, just in case. He needed to stay focused. He might be called to action at any moment. The department handled abduction cases according to a certain standard investigation procedure. Was it an attempt to extort money, or was the motive something personal? The answer to that question determined how they'd deal with the criminal. And based on the investigation team's initial findings this time around, they probably weren't dealing with a professional kidnapper. Still, in all likelihood, it was someone with quite a long rep sheet. Probably someone who knew the family, but so far they had few leads on who might bear such a grudge. With the situation so unclear, the plan was to apprehend whomever came to make the handoff on site. If the culprit ran with the money, there'd be no guarantee of the hostage's well-being. Still nothing. Sasayama muttered words. There he is. He's here. Kuze broke in, his voice spiking into an excited chirp. This is what I was talking about before. This is the this is the kind of tip where you look at it and you're just like, oh, thank you for that. Kuze's particular vocal quirk. Whenever he gets overly flustered, excited, or panicked, he slips into a childish register, prone to babbling and pitching his voice. Subject is a young male in his 20s, wearing a bandana and an orange hoodie. His excited chirp, he's so excited. Kuze, normally calm and stoic, was now squawking like an excited child. That only happened when he got particularly worked up. Kano and Sasayama steeled themselves. Oh my. They could see the subject now. A 20-something male nonchalantly approached Hitomi to talk to her. Alright, people. Be ready to grab this guy! Kuze was stationed in the mobile command center not far from the intersection, keeping tabs on the situation via video surveillance from the camera team. The young man started speaking enthusiastically to Hitomi. The detectives watched, uncertain. Was this really the kidnapper? And we have our first decision. You'll encounter selections like these during the story. These choices will change the lives of other people, in addition to changing your own fate. Use up and down to make your choice, then press X. The current choice will not impact you or any of the other protagonists. Right, what do we want to do? This decision in particular, I'm pretty sure is literally like whichever one you pick, it's the same thing. But still, which one should we do? Also, Dr. Anime, hello, welcome. Welcome to story time. There's a hostage situation going on. Welcome. Other protagonists? Yeah, there's multiple characters you play as in this, and it's so good. Right, hey, it's gotta be him. It's clearly him. This guy with leaflets who is excitedly talking. It's clearly gotta be him. Yeah, I might make a poll for further decisions, but for this one it really doesn't matter. So like, just for funnies, I'm gonna pick the first one and take a step forward. Yes, that was him, all right. Kano took a step forward. Hold it. Sasayama yanked him back. Don't be so hasty. But... just watch for a minute. Sasayama gestured with a nod. With Hitomi steadfastly ignoring him, the young man slunk away. Yeah, that's what happens whichever one you pick there. Guess it wasn't him. Kano felt the tension of the moment linger in his spine. Guy must have been hitting on her, Sasayama muttered. Hey, I wonder what the description for this is. Succeeding at meeting someone on the fly like this takes a special knack. Looks are also important. Sometimes, of course, the person trying to get your attention out of nowhere is just trying to make a sales pitch for a product or a nearby establishment. At first glance, it isn't always easy to tell the difference. I mean, she is pretty cute and all. He had a point. Though, of course... something in Sasayama's voice made Kano brace himself. She's got nothing on my Mi-chan. Mi-chan was Sasayama's wife. They'd gotten married just last month. Look at the expressions. I love it. Let me tell you, Kano, married life is the best. You gotta hurry up and give it a try for yourself. This was Sasayama's favorite topic lately, and Kano was getting more and more fed up with it. Sasayama, come on, just knock it off, okay? The phrase had become a common refrain of his since the department partnered them. Fine, fine. Let's talk about your girlfriend then. Huh? Now? You can't be serious. Sasayama leaned in close again. What's she like? We are not having this conversation. Kano muttered, looking away. Oh, come on. Sasayama set his hand on Kano's chest, still playing the homeless troublemaker. Show me your phone. Let me see your lock screen. Huh? Sasayama pawed for the phone. You got a pic of your girl on your lock screen, yeah? I do not. But he did. It was scary how on the mark Sasayama's instincts were. Hey, cut it out! We're in the middle of an investigation! I am investigating, Sasayama chuckled as he plucked the phone from Kano's pocket. Yeah, I love Sasayama too. They're such a good team. Such a good detective team. They're doing a great job of detecting and staking out this point right now. Have a little sippy. His face scrunched up with astonishment as he looked at the lock screen. The heck is this? It's not... Ain't this Masami Nagahama? A national star in the game. Tends to play the heroine on national morning soap operas or in national historical dramas. Her songs have been a series of national hits, and she's even slated to host the year-end national singing competition program. Everything about her is national. Kano realized he had to bite the bullet. No, that's my girlfriend. Her name's Rumi, and she's... Sasayama cut him off. You're telling me this ain't Masami Nagahama, the famous actress? Because this right here is Masami Nagahama. Like I said! You sly old dog. Trying to make like you're dating Masami Nagahama. I'm not! I mean, I guess Rumi does kind of look like her. Sasayama let out a huff. For real? You really think I'm gonna fall for that? There's nothing to fall for, I swear! Sasayama scowled, unconvinced. Alright, then why don't you marry her? Kano stammered, but he had no answer. The truth was, he would have happily married her already, but there were obstacles that needed to be overcome. Okay, playtime's over, let's focus on the job. Sasayama handed back Kano's phone and turned his gaze back to Hitomi. Kano let out a quick, uneasy sigh. But his shoulders did feel looser. Maybe Sasayama had been trying to relieve a bit of the tension. Maybe he should be grateful. Certainly lighten the mood a bit. Sasayama's so good. By now, several minutes had passed since the guy with the papers had gone away. He peered at Hitomi. The strain on her face was visible. In addition to the weight of the attaché case itself, the 5,000, 10,000 yen bills in it, the 10,000 yen bills it held weighed close to 6 kilos. That sentence made me trip a bit there. Her slender arms must have been getting tired. Still, she refused to set the case down. She wasn't taking any chances with her sister's life. The kidnapping case had begun the day before, at around 7 p.m. This is MPD Dispatch. The Shibuya precinct is reporting a missing person believed to be an abduction. In Japanese law, the act of indirectly luring or deceiving someone into the control of a third party is known as kidnapping. Using forcible threats or violence to achieve the same result is known as abduction. That's a really cool fact to know, like, it's only abduction if violence is involved. If it's just, like, luring or, like, non-violent, then it's kidnapping. It's cool to know. Subject is Maria Osawa, a 19-year-old student at Midoriyama Academy, last seen at the LL Diner near campus. A man was allegedly seen forcing her into a car nearby. All officers in the vicinity report to the scene at once. So if you borrow a person, it's not abduction, it's just kidnapping. You know, it's fine, just kidnapping, nothing to worry about. Oh, thank you for the door knock. Oh, that made me jump. Kano and Sasayama had been working a burglary case in Jingumai's 5th district when they got the call. The two arrived at the LL Diner at 7:15 p.m. At roughly the same time, several other officers showed up to secure the area, blocking off entry to nearby roadways and monitoring the surrounding establishments. Inside the restaurant, Kano and Sasayama were met by the girl who'd reported the kidnapping. It was the victim's twin sister, Hitomi. Gotcha. I like having the door knock audible for everybody because it doesn't just get me, it gets everyone else too. I'm like, if I have to suffer, you do too. Could you tell us about when Maria was taken, starting from the very beginning? Kano said, keeping his voice low. My sister and I, we were supposed to go to a party together today. Hitomi was trembling, her voice hoarse. But I messed up the time. I showed up right at 7, an hour later than I was supposed to. So Maria had gone alone to the party, a mixer for locals and exchange students. Hitomi, arriving late, had showed up just in time to glance out through the restaurant window, and see her sister getting shoved into a car. She described the vehicle as a blue station wagon of Japanese make. Why would something like this happen to her? Hitomi held back her tears, but she was shaking all over. Did you get a look at the kidnapper? Yes, it was a man, middle-aged. There was another eyewitness, Leland Palmer. He identified himself as a lecturer at Hitomi and Maria's school. I saw too. It's like Hitomi says. I heard Hitomi cry out, and so I went to the window to look, and... His Japanese was halting, as if he hadn't been in the country very long. And I think that maybe the kidnapper was working alone. Leland explained that he'd seen the man shove Maria into the back seat, then clamber into the driver's seat. If he had an accomplice, wouldn't they have been driving? Neither Hitomi nor Leland had gotten a look at the suspect's face. Kano was interviewing others who had been on the scene, looking for other potential witnesses, when his phone rang. It was Yoshio Kajiwara, one of the senior detectives. We've set up a task force for the investigation. Get back to the station once you have a handle on the situation there. Barely half an hour had passed between the time the kidnapping was reported and the time the task force began operation. The task force? Roughly 150 people are working on the case in the Shibuya Precinct's conference room. The main force at work is HQ's first Special Investigation Unit. Additionally, other detective sections, a riot squad, and investigators from neighboring precincts have been assembled. Haha. When Kano and Sasayama got back to the precinct station, Kusei had already arrived from HQ. He informed them that a response team had been formed to investigate the victim's home. Response team. In a case where someone has been abducted for ransom, it's often difficult to resolve the situation without cooperating with the victim's family. But the family can also be a hindrance in making an arrest. To help guide the family's actions, a response team is assembled and stationed at the victim's home, led by an investigator with the proper training. Kano could feel a peculiar tension in the air. Unfamiliar MPD detectives scurried to and fro around the Shibuya offices. He pulled one of them aside to get a quick update. An hour had now passed since the kidnapping. Brushy, hello! Thank you for the head pat! Welcome, welcome! Welcome! Oh, actually, I'm gonna have another sip of my tea. There's so much reading to do, I've gotta make sure to look after myself, because otherwise I'm not gonna last like 4 hours of this. But welcome, welcome! I hope you're doing well! Welcome to Kidnapping Detective Storytime. An hour had now passed since the kidnapping. There had been one new development. The perpetrator had made a threatening call to the victim's home. He said the following. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., buy Hachiko in Shibuya. Have the sister Hitomi bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit. That's quite a ransom message. Look at this team, look at this team. What a good team. What's going on? I'm hydrating a lot. I do it a lot, I just don't announce it a lot of the time because I'm not usually constantly reading, but I feel like I have to say when I'm taking a sip when I'm reading out because I stop reading. But no, I'm looking after myself. Gotta stay hydrated. Especially now that I have my tea back again. It's so nice. I've missed my tea so much. Squeaky flask. Kajiwara from the precinct was put on the response team, along with detectives from elsewhere who'd received special training in abduction cases. Normally, a local precinct detective wouldn't have gone undercover in a victim's home. Kuze, however, had decided that having a knowledgeable local was crucial and had sent Kajiwara along. The detectives disguised themselves as delivery people and movers to make their way inside without arousing suspicion, arriving there at 8:30. The response team had come prepared to run a trace if the kidnapper contacted the family a second time. The trace, the act of pinpointing the source of an incoming phone call. The police are not allowed to do this independently without oversight. They must go through a formalized process that includes securing the cooperation of the phone company. In the past, conducting the trace itself would take time, but nowadays, acquiring the location can be practically instantaneous. But there were no further calls. They got their message out. That's all they had to say. Kano checked his watch again. 20 minutes had now passed since the time designated for the ransom handoff. The kidnapper had yet to appear. Crap. You think we might have spooked him? He wondered aloud. Hey, stay calm. Sasayama scanned the passing throng. He's just playing with us. Why'd this guy even pick this place? Kano voiced the question he'd been asking himself ever since he'd heard the kidnapper's demands. Sasayama shrugged. Figure he must want to blend in with the crowd, nab the money, and disappear before anyone knows he's there, would be my guess. In that case, why not pick Shinjuku or Ginza? The big crowd didn't just benefit the kidnapper after all. It also allowed the police to use the sea of people to conceal their own operation. Right now, there were 50 detectives stationed within a 50-meter radius of where Hitomi stood. 50? How did... I feel like if there were 50 people just standing around doing nothing, surely that would be obvious. I guess not. I don't know. Unless they're just like walking in circles to keep moving. The kidnapper would be taking a major risk if his plan was to nab the ransom money and run. That's what bothered Kano. Any criminal with half a brain would know better than to do a handoff in front of Hachiko. You're overthinking things, pal, Sasayama grumbled. No, I'm not. Kano reached into his pocket and pulled out his notepad. What a beautiful notepad. This was Kano's dick diary, which he always kept close at hand. You know, like Dick Gumshoe. Yeah, a normal name, very normal name. Sasayama rolled his eyes. That thing again. Kano ignored him, flipping through the notepad pages. Aha, here it is! I love the thought of him having this notebook and just writing really huge things on every page. Dick Dictum 89. The more irrelevant something seems, the more relevant it's bound to be. Honestly, good shout. It's a good shout. It was a favorite saying of Kyuzo Tateno, an assistant inspector from the Shibuya precinct. Tateno was the kind of detective Kano aspired to be. For the current operation, he'd been placed in charge of Hitomi's personal safety. Your immaturity is getting to me. I don't know what you mean. It's perfectly normal. There's nothing strange about what he's called his notebook. He was in position to defend her as soon as the ransom had been handed off. Of course, Hitomi hadn't been informed of how much protection she was under. There was a risk that if she acted too secure, it might alert the kidnapper. Many distractions! Hello! Welcome, welcome! Welcome to story time! How's it going? I hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. Nice to see you. Keep sipping, sorry. My flask is so squeaky. I think Tateno has the right idea. Sasayama snorted quietly. Maybe. I mean, he is a great detective. Don't get me wrong. But do you know how many irrelevant things there are to consider? Again, Kano ignored him. It didn't matter if nobody else understood. Kano had faith in Tateno as both a detective and as an individual. Had to end holiday early? Oh no, that's a shame. Hopefully things aren't too stressful at least though. But welcome to story time. We are currently playing as Kano, a detective, who is overseeing a handoff for an abduction case, but the person hasn't shown up to take the ransom. He had first witnessed Tateno's brilliance during a standoff at a financial company 3 years earlier. A man had shut himself in an office, splashing gasoline everywhere and threatening to set the place ablaze. While the others hesitated, Tateno unflinchingly doused himself with gasoline and strode into the building, where he managed to talk the man down and secure the scene. See, that just sounds really irresponsible to me. But yeah, VIP hype! The others had been awestruck by Tateno's actions. And Kano, who at the time had been content to be a run-of-the-mill policeman, had found it quite inspiring. Kano backstory! Still, you know, Sasayama murmured under his breath. As great a detective as Tateno is, it's not like anyone else in the world has ever heard of him. I suppose not, Kano said. So? Only time anyone ever hears a cop's name is if he's caught up in some scandal or killed in the line of duty. I mean, it doesn't really seem fair, does it? Kano just shrugged. It was a strange definition of unfair, really. I mean, you've got celebrity chefs and celebrity hairdressers and stuff, so how come no celebrity gumshoes, you know? Look, please, can you just focus on what we're doing here? Kano rubbed his eyes, then turned his attention back to Hitomi. What's the matter? Didn't sleep? Not enough, I guess. Did you eat? Didn't have time. Between bringing in supplies for the base of operations, readying the team's vehicles, photocopying hundreds of documents and various other tasks, Kano had barely slept the previous night and hadn't gotten a meal in either. Base of operations. A base of operations is usually set up in a large room at the precinct, such as an auditorium. MPD and precinct investigators assemble there, and communications equipment, investigation resources and such are brought in. Because of the scale and scope of these activities, newspaper reporters can be liable to notice, and so in cases such as kidnapping, where a victim's personal safety is at stake, the flow of information is tightly controlled. The guy you said looks like Kamen Rider is actually a Kamen Rider actor. Oh yeah, I feel like I remember reading that, but I forgot about it in the 2 years since I played this. But yeah, I feel like you can tell with the style. The style is so, I don't know, it's so specific. What have you been doing? Oh, what have you been doing? Sasayama puffed out his chest. Saving up my energy for today. So, you were sleeping? Kano gave a wry chuckle at his partner's lack of shame. There he is! Kuze's voice chirped suddenly through Kano's earpiece. A man in his 20s wearing a sleeveless red jacket! He's carrying a garbage bag! Kidnapper? Ransom guy? A young man had emerged from the crowd about 15 feet from where Hitomi was standing. He strode toward her, a sinister look on his face. He didn't match Hitomi's description, but Kano felt a jolt of nerves all the same. Maybe the kidnapper had hired some young street punk to snatch the ransom payment. That our guy? What do you think, Kano? Sasayama whispered. Yeah, I think he's gotta be. This was it. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. He bent his knees, ready to act fast. Blood rushed to his leg muscles, vanishing the stiffness that had begun to take hold. Could this be the culprit? Or perhaps... The young man tried to snatch the briefcase from Hitomi, but she clung to it with desperate strength. It was him! The detectives rushed in. Whoa, hey, what the hell? The young man cried out frantically and tried to dart away, but the officers closed in, forcing him bodily to the ground. Target secured! Oh geez, I think we've got another suspect on the scene. Eek, he's taken the ransom! Kuze's hysterics made Kano spin around. Sure enough, a foreign-looking man was sprinting away, attaché case in hand. The mob of detectives scrambled to pursue. Before Kano could react, most of them had run off, leaving him to look after the original suspect. Uh-oh. What should I do with this guy, sir? He might have some connection to the kidnapper. Should I bring him in? Huh? Oh, sure, that'd be swell. I'm on it. With the help of one of the remaining detectives, Kano brought the suspect back to the Shibuya precinct. Look, how many times do we have to go through this? Cut the crap. In the interrogation room, the young man who gave his name as Achi Endo steadfastly insisted on his innocence. Why'd you try to steal that case? Kano watched Achi's face intently. Like I said, it looked heavy, so I was just trying to help her out. It wasn't inconceivable that a young guy would want to help a pretty girl. But Hitomi had just been standing there, hardly in desperate need of assistance. She hadn't set the case down. So I figured there had to be something important inside. An entry from Kano's Dick diary shot through his mind. Dick dictum number 25. When the tongue slips, grab it and yank out the truth. What a phrase. Classic advice for a questioning. Something important, you say. Such as? How the heck would I know? Achi spat. Only slightly listening so you don't get it spoiled. That is absolutely fine. His what diary? His Dick diary is where he keeps all his detective notes. You know, like Dick Gumshoe. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And the Dick dictums inside. It's very, very normal and fine. There's a lot of them. There are so many Dick dictums in this Dick diary. So many. I need to stop speaking. How the heck would I know? Achi spat. He huffed and slumped back in his chair. This standard textbook back and forth had been going on for nearly an hour. Kano didn't mind. Chasing down criminals was all well and good, but questioning suspects was another key part of the job. Plenty of off-the-scene work went into cracking a case. Once again, he had Achi explain what he'd been doing starting from the beginning. When Kano finally emerged from the interrogation room for a short break, he learned that there had been some progress on the case at the crime scene. What the police hadn't been able to determine yet, however, was whether or not Maria was safe. Fighting back his anxiety, Kano consulted his Dick diary. Dick dictum number 54. Haste makes waste. He felt his tension subside. Remembering the right maxim always helped. It was like casting a magic spell. The power of Dick. It feels wrong me saying that. It's purely innocent and it feels so wrong me saying that. It just feels like, oh, Kano returned to confront Achi once more. You were there to act as a distraction, to mess up the investigation, weren't you? Huh? Achi looked a bit dumbfounded. What are you on about? Dick dictum number 55. The truth hungers to be free. You hungry? Got some katsudon if you like. I like the description for katsudon as well. A Japanese dish consisting of a bowl of white rice topped with breaded pork cutlet and egg. There are several variations, such as sauce katsudon, where the egg is replaced with Worcestershire sauce, and miso katsudon, where the pork is stewed in miso. Not typically the sort of thing a policeman offers a suspect during an interrogation. This could be seen as baiting with food and is to be avoided. I love that the description here is just like, Kano's being bad right now, he shouldn't be doing this. Achi nodded silently. Oh, look at that though, that looks so good. Oh, that looks really good. Achi devoured the bowl of katsudon with gusto. He looked like he hadn't eaten in a while. Alright then, spill it! What's this guy after? Achi just shrugged. I don't know, he murmured, a thick slice of egg-laden pork between his teeth. How many accomplices do you have? Kano asked, but Achi just shook his head as he inhaled his food. Resignedly, Kano flipped through his notebook once more. Let's see. Number 115. Use the lights to your advantage. Yeah, that's really helpful here, huh? As the minutes ticked past, he found himself referring to his book again and again, trying a dozen different methods to tease out whatever his suspect might be hiding. The experiences began to feel strangely surreal, their two voices echoing hollowly in the interrogation room. Eventually, Kano looked at the clock and realized that the questioning had been going on for nearly 5 hours. He still hadn't made any headway. What was he supposed to do next? Tatsuno would know, but he sure didn't. Still, he was determined to do whatever he could to keep the victim and her family safe. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he perused the Dick diary like it was scripture. Number 116. The monotonous questioning was clearly tiring Achi out. His eyelids drooped like they were beginning to get heavy. Number 117. Get 'em when they're tired. Kano's eyes gleamed. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Let me have a sip. Kano's eyes gleamed as I get clonked in the head. I'm having tea. Yeah. Anyway, I think this interrogation's going well, don't you? You're part of some criminal gang, huh? He's asleep. Achi's head slumped forward heavily. Nodding off was basically the same as nodding yes, right? No, Kano, bad detective, no. That is not a confession. No! Mr. Kuze, I did it! The young guy we grabbed at the handoff site, he finally confessed to the crime. What? What are you talking about? Kuze laughed in disbelief. We're just about to apprehend the mastermind here. Huh? Kano clutched his cell phone, dumbstruck. Listen, why don't you, look, just wait there at HQ, okay? No. It can't be.
Jim.
It wasn't Jim. Jim is innocent. Jim would never.
Jim.
It's not Jim!
Wow.
Wow. After the kidnapping case wrapped up, Kano tendered his resignation. Guess I'm not cut out to be a detective after all, he thought to himself. He dropped the Dick diary on his desk as he left the Shibuya precinct for the last time.
8.
8. And we've got our first bad end. Number 1, so long Shibuya. Kano wound up at a bad end. However... Thank you. Thank you. Let us take a minute to remember the Dick diary. Yes, anyway. Kano wound up at a bad end. However, this does not mean that the choice you made for Kano was the wrong one. One of the other protagonists, Achi Endo, has an impact on Kano's fate here. You can avoid a bad end by making proper decisions in another character's story. For a detailed hint, check the tip by underlining the bad end title. And that is basically the end of the tutorial of the game. And we learn that our actions have consequences for other characters, which is the first introduction of why I love this game so much and why I think it is so cool and so interesting. You have to go through things, and the things that characters do in one path can then affect what happens on another character's path at that same time. And so it's really, really clever. Here we go. Anyway, here's the first hint. Kano had every reason to suspect Achi Endo, but arresting him turned out to be a mistake. If Achi hadn't approached Hitomi, this wouldn't have happened. Try playing Achi's story up to 10:30 and make a choice that keeps him from going up to her. If you do that, Kano won't even have a chance to arrest him, and things should play out differently. Isn't it cool? Isn't it cool? It's so clever. But yeah, it must have been an absolute nightmare to write, because it gets so intricate later on. Like, there's not just 2 protagonists too, there ends up being more later on. But anyway, we got our bad end with Kano. We need to do that again and make sure he doesn't resign. Back to the character selection. You can now select Achi Endo, one of the other protagonists. Let's follow Achi's story for a little while. See, like, this is the funniest part of this game to me. Like, the fact that I'm an hour in and it's still basically the tutorial. This is basically the introduction still. There's so much. It's so big. It's so good. The sliding doors of video games. Also, I haven't played 13 Sentinels, but that's a game that I have been looking at and wanting to play. I've never gotten around to it though, but I've heard good things. Anyway, we cannot interact with Kano anymore just yet, so it's time to check out Achi! Who is he? What was he doing? Why did he approach her? Yep, there he is. Oh, this is my favorite song in the game too. This is my favorite soundtrack part. Achi Endo called out at the door to his father's room. Okay, I'm heading out. Sure. His father sounded unconcerned. He didn't even open the door. Sure you don't want me to stay here in the shop? It's not like we're gonna get any customers. Achi grimaced. Yeah, I guess not. The drawer by the front door held a stack of heavy-duty trash bags. Achi pulled a few of them out. Guess it's gonna be that kind of day. He stuffed the trash bags into his pocket, then slipped on his favorite pair of sneakers. Look at those trousers too. The entryway to Achi's home also led into the family's shop. Various pieces of electronics were piled up like so much junk in the tiny retail space. Oh yeah, just piled up like so much junk in the tiny retail space. The slightest bump brought the risk of an avalanche. Achi wove his way through the gaps in the appliances like a spelunker exploring a cave. From Shibuya Station, if you make your way past the 109 building, then up through Dogenzawa, you'll come across an old shopping district. Nestled in its outskirts is Endo Electronics, in the same place it's been for decades. Within its dimly lit interior, you'll find rows of wares all caked in dust. At a glance, you might well assume the place was closed. A mom-and-pop place like Endo's couldn't compete with the big consumer chains booming throughout Shibuya. So far, the store had remained in business thanks to the locals, who appreciated that they made house calls to do repairs. But things weren't looking good for the future. Achi, the eldest son and nominal successor to the business, had no interest whatsoever in working there. Achi stepped out of the shop and into the sunny morning air. There he is. The good weather lifted his spirits. Alrighty, time to do this! He unfurled one of the big garbage bags, which caught the wind and fluttered like a cape. Then he slowly made his way towards Shibuya Station, scanning his surroundings all the while. Sheesh, this place is filthy! He paused to pick up a plastic bottle that had been tossed on the ground. Then, with a heavy sigh, he slipped the crushed receptacle into his trash bag. Look at this criminal. Hardened criminal. Definitely the person they were looking for earlier. Just such criminal activity. He is picking up trash from the road. He'd been picking up trash around town like this for about 6 months now. It had gotten so that the sort of garbage most people would hardly notice stood out to him like a sore thumb. Most days he'd fill his trash bag to the top by the time he made it from his house in Dogenzaka to the train station. Today, he was halfway to the station when a woman's anxious voice caught his attention. "I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a hurry here." He looked up and saw a timid-looking woman being confronted by 2 men, one with brown hair, one with black. From the look of them, he guessed that the men were scouts for some hostess club. He ran into this sort of thing pretty frequently on his trash-cleaning walks around town. Another kind of trash to take care of. Such a good Samaritan. Momok, hello! Nice to see you. Look, I love him. Achi quickly interposed himself between the girl and the 2 recruiters. "Hey, can't you see that you're bothering her?" "Huh? Who the hell are you?" The 2 men glared. "Take a hike, pal." Achi stood his ground. "Look, she ain't interested. You're just gonna have to find some other mark." The hustler's annoyance turned to open rage. Well, listen to you. Got a bit of a mouth, huh, buddy?" The brown-haired thug smacked his lips around his chewing gum like a dog worrying a bone. "How about we take this someplace more quiet, yeah?" Someplace more quiet. What this means can depend on the person speaking. To a young woman, let's go someplace more quiet might suggest a cafe or a park. But to a street punk, it might mean an alley where passers-by are unlikely to interrupt. The girl stood by uneasily, watching the goings-on. "Hey, take it easy. I'm not looking for trouble." Is that supposed to be an apology? On your knees and beg, pal. The man spat his gum onto the ground. How dare you. Also, yeah, the translation for the game is really, really good as well. It makes me really happy. Achi looked down at the glistening wad of gum on the sidewalk. His last shred of goodwill vanished. You better pick that up. Right now. What? Didn't you hear me? 'Cause I told you to get down on your knees and... Archie's hand shot out, grabbing the man by the jaw. Whoa, easy, pal. The other man's bravado drained from his face. Archie tightened his grip on the brown-haired hustler's jaw. Sweat dripped from the man's reddening brow. The man struggled, but Archie just tightened his grip. Gum's a real pain in the ass to clean up after it's gotten stuck to the street, you know. Ever stop to consider that? Wait, are you... The other hustler's panicked eyes had fixed on Archie's chest. So much for street punks, hee. Yeah. Oh, crap. That shirt, man. The guy's voice was starting to break. That's mean clean. A guy with a mean clean shirt carrying around a trash bag? That means you're... His face went pale. Mean gleam? The other man echoed the words through his held-shut jaw, tears welling up in his eyes. And Nicolio, hello! Welcome! Welcome to Storytime. People are getting beaten up, and it's great. Yeah, honestly, the live action just... It makes it so much more beautiful. It's so good. Mean clean, baby! Get it right, pal! Archie clenched the man's jaw harder still. Thank you for the hydrate too! Let me have a sip of my drink. Things are getting intense. Things are about to kick off with mean clean. It's mean clean! Ow! We're sorry, man. You're Archie, right? Dude, we honestly had no idea. Come on, man, you gotta cut us some slack. The man scrambled to snatch the wad of gum off the street, stuffing it into his pants pocket. Oh, that's gonna be horrible later. But thank you for the hydrate. It's nice to see you too, Nicolio. You're here in time for story time. I'm doing a lot of reading today. Things are happening. Also, I really love, like, the tonal difference between Kano's detective story and now we have this guy picking up trash from the street who apparently has a reputation. It's so good. It's so good. Finally, Archie let go of his companion. The brown-haired hustler's face was twisted up with fear. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Gasping out hasty apologies, the two thugs scampered off. Hey, so... A shy smile came to the girl's face. Girl, we can look at the tooltip for girl. Girl! She has a name! A specific girl! This is Ryoko Kakinuma, a second-year student at Midoriyama Academy's law school. These hustlers managed to corner her while she was on her way to her part-time job at a cafe. It's a popular plot in trashy e-novels for the main character to fall in love with a hustler like these guys, but such things rarely happen in real life. Thank you for saving me. No, I apologize. Huh? The girl stared in surprise. You'll run into creeps like that now and again, but don't hold it against us. Shibuya's a good town. Yeah, okay. Archie gave her a quick wave, then turned and continued on his way down Dogenzaka. Archie was Shibuya born and raised. He was keenly aware of all the changes the ward had seen since he was a kid. Grocer stalls in inconspicuous little side streets, tiny parks nestled between buildings. Archie knew it all like the back of his hand. trash, human or otherwise, had no place in this town. Not on his watch. Achi made his way down towards Shibuya Station. Oh, here we go. Throngs of people shuffled to and fro across the scramble. The view shifted constantly from one moment to the next, almost as if the city itself were alive. I'm getting all the head pats now, thank you. And if the city was a living thing, then Shibuya Station was its heart. With streets like Bunkamura Dori and Sentagai serving as the arteries, pumping a bloodstream made of people. Today, as ever, the heart was pumping that blood to every nook and cranny of Shibuya. And Brinley, hello, nice to see you, welcome. Welcome to Storytime. And there was Achi, just another part of this great urban organism. Guess I'm one of the city's white blood cells. Or, wait, maybe I'm a red blood cell? Hold on. Is that right? Or did I have it right the first time? White blood cells eliminate pathogens from the bloodstream. Red blood cells carry oxygen throughout the body. Achi was probably thinking of white blood cells. I love that he's just here in the middle of Shibuya like, have I got that right? I don't know. Very relatable. I love Achi. He's so good. But welcome, welcome. I'm playing a visual novel at the moment, which is very near and dear to my heart. It's one of my favorite games ever. And it's like, it's already been an hour and a half, but we've barely started. We've not really started yet. So welcome, welcome. Emerging from his reverie, he noticed a rather conspicuous young woman standing by the statue of Hachiko outside Shibuya Station. Ooh, she's totally my type. The definition for my type. To be up someone's alley. To be someone's cup of tea. Doesn't that explains it perfectly. But oh, thank you for stopping in though, and thank you for the head pats. I get all the head pats. Oh, Achi. Wonder if she's a model or small-time actress or something. She is very pretty. Looks like she's waiting for someone. Probably another guy, dang. Good looking as she was, there was no way she wasn't already taken. What kind of guy scored a girl like that? Probably the rich-ass CEO of an IT company or something. Crouching down to tie off the trash bag, he continued gazing wistfully at the girl. Then he noticed something particular. Oh, peculiar. Where did I get particular from? She was carrying an attaché case, the kind a businessman might use. It was a large case, and apparently so heavy that she was struggling to hold it despite using both hands. You've reached a decision point. Let's have Achi not approach Hitomi. Use up and down to select an option, then press X. Right, do we want to do what the tutorial's telling us to do? Or do we want to do the exact same thing that happened before and went badly? To see Kano's bad end. I'll be going back anyway at some point to get the bad ends, so... Alright, but heck the tutorial, we're going bad end first. First one I saw. But it's okay, because we will literally just go back and do the right option then. Now what kind of person makes a young lady lug around something heavy like that? Achi figured he'd offer to carry it for her. Oh hey, tutorial won't let me. We have to pick this one. Tutorial said no. You're doing this correctly. This is showing you how the game works. But first I gotta dump this trash. He looked around to see if there was a garbage bin nearby. First I gotta dump this trash. He looked around to see if there was a garbage bin nearby. Why did I read it out when the option also read it out? Now, Achi won't approach Hitomi, which means he will avoid being arrested by Kano. At the same time, Kano's fate will also change. And he will no longer wind up at a bad end. So let's switch back to Kano's story using the time chart. Press triangle to open it. Boom! And look at this, we got a flowchart. This flowchart is one of the best parts of the game. It makes it so much easier to follow things, to know what's going on. This is the time chart. It shows the protagonist's progression through the story. Decision points are marked with the little arrows. Kano's fate has changed based on Achi's actions. Select Kano's 1030 block, then press X. Like, if you see here, it shows the time that everything's happening too. Like, we both start at 10 AM here, but you can jump to, like, specific scenes to change what happens. Right, so now that we've made sure that Achi isn't going to approach her, we can go back to Kano's now, and things are going to change because he's not going to try and arrest Achi. A suspicious man. Suppose you could call it that. Kano gave a wry chuckle at his partner's lack of shame. There he is! Kuze's voice chirped suddenly through Kano's earpiece. Hey! This is different, huh? The man in the black coat! He's not Japanese! Looks to be in his early 30s! Previously, Achi got mixed up with Kano and the police, but now, another man has appeared instead. By changing what Achi did, you've also changed Kano's story. He's not going to resign anymore! Yay! He's not going to interrogate Achi for 5 hours for no reason anymore. Yay! Consequences. The power of the butterfly effect, like the smallest change can change everything else. A foreign man had emerged from the crowd about 15 feet from where Hitomi was standing. He made his way toward her, his expression blank. He looks a little conspicuous in this crowd, huh? He didn't match the description Hitomi had given them, but Kano felt a jolt of nerves all the same. Maybe the kidnapper was using an accomplice to snatch the ransom payment. All right. Sasayama raised an eyebrow. This may be our guy. This was it. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. He bent his knees, ready for action. Blood rushed to his leg muscles, banishing the stiffness that had begun to take hold. He's approaching. Oh, he's clearly approaching. In a very suspicious way, like, I don't think he's just asking for directions here. Was this the culprit? Or perhaps... The stranger took hold of the attaché case. It was him! En masse, the detectives began to close in. Might be SF... Oh wait, is that you? I hope it's not you. I hope you're not involved in any ransom abduction schemes. Please. Please don't do that, it's bad. Let's go, Kano! On it! Sasayama and Kano leapt into action. But they never expected what happened next. With the case clutched in both arms, the man veered suddenly, running right toward them. Huh? Oh-ho-ho! Kano's story has suddenly hit a keep out. Keep out refers to a point in the story where your progress is currently stopped. In order to advance beyond a keep out, you need to jump from another protagonist's story. At 10:30, Achi has the text "Young man in a suit" set as red keywords. Checking these red keywords will allow you to jump from Achi's story back to Kano's. Now, head back to Achi's story and keep an eye out for that key phrase. Hehehe. Try following the story from Achi at 10:30, approach the girl. Right, we're on the decision again. I think at this point it would let me do the wrong decision here again. But, I really want to just pick the wrong thing here. It's just like, it's really fun because, like, even though you know it's going to be wrong, it means we get a bad end from Achi's perspective as well as Kano's. It's alright, we can go back for that afterwards. Wait, no, let's do a poll. Let me do a little poll very quickly. What to do? Do the right thing or bad end? There we go, I started a quick 1-minute poll. Do a vote, what are we doing? Are we going to actually carry on properly and get the bad ends at the end? Or do we want to see what happens when Achi gets interrogated? It's vote time. Oh my goodness, everyone's voting bad end. Wait, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. But it's so good though, because we can just go back and then redo it afterwards. It's never like a permanent end. The end is never the end is never the end. It looks like everyone wants Kano to be interrogated. Here we go. Now what kind of person makes a young lady lug around something heavy like that? Achi figured he'd offer to carry it for her. Oh wait, no, it's still not like no! It's still not letting me. Okay, we're gonna continue with the tutorial until we're free, and then we're coming back to this point and doing this. I am determined. We are doing this at some point. I can't believe it doesn't let me. I can't believe it won't let me do the wrong thing in the tutorial. It's okay. Wow. Here we go. Huh? F. Press F to pay respects. Huh? A man had come up beside the girl. He was dressed in black and he wasn't Japanese. It looked like they were having a conversation. The girl nodded tensely at something the man said. Look, you can see Kano in the background here. I love it. I love it so much. Achi stared. Something tells me that's not her boyfriend. The girl handed the attaché case over to the man. He took hold of it with his right hand and began walking briskly away. Whoa! A nearby homeless man suddenly leapt over Achi and broke into a run, as if he'd been waiting for this very moment. Homeless man, hey? Yuji Sasayama, a detective with the Shibuya precinct, known as the cosplay detective due to the strange outfits he wears while on stakeouts. He's partnered with Shinya Kano for the kidnapping investigation. There it is. Some words in the text appear in red. Red text denotes important keywords that let you jump between different protagonist stories. This allows you to shift between characters at specific points. These can also allow you to clear out a keep out in another character's story and let you read on. If you come across red text, press square to underline it, then press X. A window will appear, allowing you to jump from one protagonist to another at that point, then press X to continue. To continue the other character's story after the keep out, give it a try. Well, I guess I should, huh? It is jump time. We are jumping from Achi to Kano. By performing a jump from this screen, you can advance another protagonist's story past a keep out. Press X to confirm and jump over to Kano's story. Honestly, it's very sweet how the tutorial keeps, like, confirming all of the buttons, but I think I've been told to press square and X about 10 times now. Off we go. Back over to Kano's side, and we can continue. It's a setup to make sure that you experience all of the story before you manage to continue it, and I think it's really clever how it works. Let's go, Kano! On it! Sasayama and Kano leapt into action. You did it! Yay! Jump successful. In 428, you will often need to jump to get past another character's keep out. Jump from red keywords to clear a keep out. Keep this in mind as you advance through the story. Okay! There won't be any more tutorial messages for a while. If you get stuck somewhere, try changing protagonists or making different decisions to advance. You can now use the time chart and the main menu. Oh wait, we have the main menu now, nice. From the main menu, you can access gameplay explanations and adjust settings. Press triangle to open the time chart and options to open the main menu. Wait, we can make different decisions now, huh? Huh? We can make different decisions now? We're allowed to change our decisions now? Huh? Huh? Different decisions? Different decisions now? Yes! Yes, it's time! It's time for Bad End! Now, what kind of person makes a young lady lug around something heavy like that? Archie figured he'd offer to carry it for her. The girl kept shifting her grip. It was clearly a strain for her to keep holding the case, but she didn't set it down. Whatever was inside, it had to be something pretty important. Time for bad decisions, finally! Finally, we are allowed to cause problems on purpose. Whatever was inside, it had to be something pretty important. Archie made his way over to her, bristling inwardly at whoever had left her waiting like this. If I were you, I'd bust the head of the punk that's kept you waiting. Huh? That thing looks heavy. Let me carry it for you. The girl stared back at Archie with wide eyes, but said nothing. Really? I'm happy to help. I'm not going to steal it or anything. That is like the most suspicious thing to say. Just like, I'm not going to steal it or anything, as he reaches for it. His tone was hurried, and he impulsively reached for the attaché case. An instant later, a group of men descended on him from all sides. Whoa, hey, what the hell? For an instant, Archie froze, unable to process just what was happening. I'm the good guy, I swear, please. He tried to run, but the men shoved him unceremoniously to the ground and held him there. Honestly, Archie is so good, but he makes the worst decisions sometimes. He's not the smartest. He's not the smartest. It kind of just endears me to him more, honestly. He's not very smart, but he's got a big heart. His heart's in the right place. He tried to run, but the men shoved him unceremoniously to the ground and held him there. They were shouting about something or other, but he couldn't make out their words. The more he tried to struggle, the harder they held him down. What the hell is this? You can tell us that down at the precinct. A man in a suit knelt alongside him, flashing a police badge. See? We wouldn't have this tooltip if we hadn't gone down this path. This is for completion's sake. This is so we can finish our tip dictionary. Badge. Identifies the bearer as a member of Japanese law enforcement. The old-style badge case included a small notebook for the bearer to write in, but the modern version is modelled after that used by the FBI, where the badge case contains only the badge itself. And we know that because Kano's notebook is separate. It's true! Big of heart, dumb of ass. That is the perfect description for Archie. What? You're arresting me? The heck did I even do? Instead of answering, they shoved Archie into the back seat of a patrol car. Oh, I kept wanting to say police there. He gazed dejectedly out of the window. He could still see the girl. She didn't have the case anymore. Now she was talking to a man with a cane. Was he the person she'd been waiting for? Who dat? Ha ha ha. A moment later, the car turned the corner, and the two of them slipped out of view. Archie slumped back in the seat, sulking and silent. But see, that's one of the things I also love about the bad ends in this game too. Like, sometimes you find out information that is
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, they did. They might have said that at some point. Honestly, the fact that everyone dived and he couldn't tell what they were saying, I hope they did read his rights before they arrested him. Oh my god, that scared me. Nice. But yeah, one of the things I love is that there's still like information you find out in the bad ends that could end up being relevant. Could also end up being useless. Could be interesting. It's nice. It's nice to know. Right, several hours passed. After a bunch of pointless questioning, the police finally determined he was innocent, and his father came to pick him up. For a long while, Archie just stared intently out the window of the car. Finally, his father caught his attention. The old man seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood, despite having to collect his son from the jailhouse. Archie, there's something I want to talk to you about. If it's about me taking over the shop, now is not the time, okay? No, it's not that. Look, let's just get home first. Sure. Don't feel like going out today anyway. But now I'm curious, what do you want to talk about? I got some good news. I think you'll be pleased. Oh? I'm not sure I like the sound of that. Please don't tell me you're getting remarried or something. Dad, I really don't like the sound of that. And so began a very long conversation. Bad end. Number 5, arrested. It's so funny as well that that's bad end number 5. We've had 1 and 5 so far. But I'm really curious as to what the hint says for here. Oh yeah, it's just exactly the same as the one on Kano's side. But anyway, we knew that was going to happen. And because of that, we've got the bad end for Kano as well now. But yay! We had to try it. We had to try it. Anyway, let's go back and do the right thing so we can fix the timeline. Because like, oh wait, before I clicked in, I wanted to show on the timeline too. Like on the timeline now that I've done that, even though we unlocked all of that story with Kano, because we changed that on Archie's side, Kano's has also changed now, so it's just the bad end here as well. So we can't even continue, we have to go back and fix it. We have to fix our mistakes to keep going. Yeah, fixing the timelines. What are we, Doctor Strange? It's time shenanigans. It's my favorite. Right, anyway, that was the choice we have to make. And thankfully we don't have to sit through everything again. We can just pick the choice. We've already read the text. Go back to the timeline and would you look at that? We're back to where we were. So now we can continue with Kano's. Oh, I'm not sure if I actually have to go from the jump again, actually. I think I may have to. Let me see if it'll let me continue. Alright, because we saw this. It's the man in the black coat. Ha! We found him. I think there is a button to skip the text, but I've forgotten which button it is. It's not that one. That's to view the beautiful photos. Okay. It's not that one. It's not that one. I'm just pressing random buttons. Triangle is the time chart. I knew that. Oh wait, controls. There we go. Selecting chapter like that. Oh no, it's... I think I have to do that when I'm actually in the scene. Maybe. There we go! There we go. Oh wait, look, bad ending list too. Look, this is the list of bad endings. Here you can check for hints as to why things ended. As to why things ended as badly as they did. I didn't notice that typo when I played it myself. But as you can see, we've got 2 bad ends so far. And it's really cool because you can look at the hints as to like why they happened too and how to fix them. Okay, triangle time chart. Oh, autoplay. No, that's not what I want. Oh, hold X to speed up. Okay. Okay, hold X to speed up. Here we go. It's not speeding up much. You know what? I'm going back to the jump because I feel like the jump ends up being at like the exact point. It's just like, why these things happen? There is homeless man, there is young man in suit. And we can continue after jumping. And popping. I'm sorry. I had to jump. Anyway. Let's go, Kano! On it! Sasayama and Kano leapt into action. But they never expected what happened next. With the case clutched in both arms, the man suddenly veered, running right toward them. And then this is where we had the keep out before, but we can continue now. Catching sight of the two detectives, the suspect staggered to a halt, then bolted off in a new direction. Kano whipped off his costume glasses and followed in hot pursuit. Oh no, he's littering. Oh no. At the crosswalk, the signal changed to red, and the flow of foot traffic abruptly halted. Just as quickly, hundreds of cars all lurched back into motion. Banana. Banana. They got him. They got him. There was no escape for the culprit now. Or so it appeared. The converging cops slowed their pace, confident their man was cornered. Then the foreigner barreled straight into the intersection, dodging between the oncoming cars without any hesitation. The mob of detectives came to a halt, not eager to rush to their deaths along with him. Kano, however, remained in hot pursuit, charging into the traffic at the crossing. Kano, are you crazy? Come back! Kano heard Sasayama shouting, but his feet kept carrying him onward. Kano, please! With shouts and sirens echoing all around him, Kano closed in on the foreigner. Just a little closer and he'd be in tackling range. He leaned forward, preparing to pounce, his eyes fixed on the culprit's face. Feet. It was now or never. Kano, back off. Don't take him down. It was Kuze shouting through Kano's earpiece. Huh? Kano hesitated in surprise. Had he really just been ordered not to apprehend the criminal? Let him go for now. The real perp is someplace else. The real perp? Perp is police jargon for perpetrator. Here, Kuze is referring to the fact that the principal offender in the case must be elsewhere. What had happened to the plan? He'd been told that all personnel were to secure the area ASAP. Didn't HQ want them to catch the perpetrator? Perp, no, perp. With a P. Arrest team, stay on the foreigner's tail. Arrest team, police team dedicated exclusively to the task of apprehending the criminal. It's not Jim. Jim is innocent. I will not stand for this slander. Jim is the most innocent in the world. Never Jim. While a kidnapping case is in progress, the roles of the officers involved are carefully designated so that every officer is ready to take immediate action as the situation develops. Typically, tried and true veteran MPD officers are put in charge of teams for breaking into buildings or apprehending the suspect. I was going to say subject. I guess it still kind of works. Forensic team, get busy cross-referencing photos of what? Team deployed by the MPD to handle the actual tests and techniques of on-scene investigation, such as collecting and comparing fingerprints and analyzing photos of suspects. Oh, I guess like, yeah, the photo of the guy, I guess. That makes sense. Even if this foreigner was only an underling hired for this one task, the police had now tipped their hand that they'd been lying in wait. If they didn't lock things down now and get more info on the kidnapper, a girl's life might be at stake. Kano recalled another maxim from his Dick diary. Dick dictum number 12, an early one here. Always assume a worst-case scenario. If Kuze had told him to let this guy go, that was implied he was counting on the team that was now in position. But if the crook had planned a way to break through the police dragnet and escape with the ransom, and he succeeded, what was the right call here? Should he take this guy down, or back off after all? What are we doing? What are we doing? The first time I said Dick Diary, you thought you'd miss that. No, it's fine. It's innocent. It's Dick Gumshoe. It's like detective stuff. It's nothing to worry about. There's nothing weird going on. But no, that's actually what it says. It's like, it's definitely done on purpose. It's very clearly done on purpose. But, right. What should we do here? What are we gonna do? I think it is poll time. What do? Let him escape or chase? Alright, the poll has started. What are we doing? Looks like everyone wants to chase him. We just want to disobey the one in charge of the investigation and keep chasing. Honestly, that was my first choice when I played this too. Yeah, we've got 7 votes for chase. I think 8. We're chasing him. Here we go. Letting the perp escape now is too big of a risk. He had to catch this guy ASAP. We gotta. We gotta get him. The man darted down a narrow alleyway. Kano ran faster. The man sprinted through the side streets. Evidently, he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well. Eep! Someone's taken Hitomi! Kano recognized Kuze's trademark squawk immediately. Subject is male. He appears to be carrying a gun. He's fleeing in the direction of Meiji-dori. What? Kano could hardly believe it. Hitomi had been kidnapped? Had she been abducted by whoever had taken Maria? But why? Someone must have been waiting for the moment when the police took their eyes off her. Something's very wrong here. What in the world is going on? Kano saw that the road forked up ahead. The man with the attaché case ran to the left. If the man who'd taken Hitomi was heading towards Meiji-dori, there was a good chance he'd gone down one of the alleyways off to the right. Making a snap judgment, Kano told the detective behind him to follow the case snatcher, then turned around and headed towards the nearest alley. Oopsie. Kind of forgetting that Kano's job was to be on Hitomi protection squad. But you know, he was getting away. After darting through the side streets, he spotted a different man, another foreigner, crossing an intersection a few dozen meters ahead. The man was dressed in black, just like the guy who'd grabbed the ransom money. Kuze's right. The kidnapper wasn't acting alone. But wait, something was amiss. Hitomi isn't with him. Where was she? Kano skidded around the corner, then stopped short. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The man in black was standing there, pointing a gun right at him. Before Kano could react, the man fired. Kano felt hot all over, as if he were on fire. No! 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 Bad confetti, no! Hi! Hello, welcome, welcome! Wow, wow. Wow, what a moment. Sorry, Kano, you're fired. Oh no, oh no. Kano felt hot all over, as if he were on fire. All except for his cheek, pressed against the asphalt, and the palms of his hands. They felt so cold. There was nothing he could do. Nothing, that is, except lie there and watch as his killer turned and walked away. Well, I think that went well. Oh. Oh, the confetti. Oh my god. Oh, that was so beautiful. That was so perfectly timed. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Mukem, so much for that. That was so perfectly timed. And welcome. Anyway, I don't think that's the right choice here. Possibly. I don't think we even need the hint here, do we? The hint is going to be Kano should probably listen to his boss and keep an eye on Hitomi, which is what he was told to do. I'm gonna read it anyway. Yeah, there we go. By trying to find the man who'd taken Hitomi, Kano ran into a different criminal. Unfortunately for him, he got shot. If the criminal hadn't been able to get near Hitomi, she probably wouldn't have been taken. Oh, wait, never mind. Never mind, never mind. Never mind. That was actually a suggestion for something that is maybe decent. Maybe that was the right thing to do. Yeah, I'm not going to look at the hints now. Anyway, we did the jump here. But we can continue with Achi's story as well now. So let's check it out! Back to Achi. Let's see how he deals with all of this. Then, seemingly from everywhere, a whole bunch of other guys burst into motion. He just looks so confused. I love that. Oh, that's a bit better. He's so confused. Look at him. First one. Then another. A third, a fourth, a fifth. Over a dozen now. What the heck? Clearly something big was going down. Were they after the attaché case? Within moments, Achi lost sight of them all through the crowd. With that many people chasing him, the guy with the case was sure to get caught. But wait. What about that girl? Achi turned back around. The girl was still there. She was staring in the direction that the man who'd taken the case had gone, a worried expression on her face. Hee 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 hee. Look at the choices! Look at the choices here! Well, it's poll time. What do the right thing, go home. There we go, the next poll has started. What decision are we making here? What should we be doing in this situation, this high stakes? I'm so proud. I'm so proud. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, I'm really glad I'm doing the polls, but I love that the options are just like, yeah, let's do what is very clearly the worst thing in this situation. But yes, it looks like go home is the winner here. So, another crazy day in Shibuya. They had to be shooting a scene for a film on location. It would probably be a mistake to intrude. Yeah, that would be so rude, right? They've probably planned all of this out. There's so many people. It would be bad to intrude on that, huh? Let's go home. Another crazy day in Shibuya. They had to be shooting a scene for a film on location. It would probably be a mistake to intrude. Yeah, I bet that's what this is. Some TV show about a kidnapping, and the girl has to make the ransom handoff. And there's probably some actor lurking around here playing the suave, handsome detective. Achi gave a chuckle and turned away. A soothing breeze blew by as wispy clouds drifted overhead. They picked a nice day for a shoot. Smiling inwardly, he resumed his trash-picking mission, wondering what other surprises the day would hold. And Alinte, hello! Welcome, welcome! And is your boy, nice to see you too, welcome! How's it going? We're picking all the wrong options on purpose first. Welcome. Yeah, an oldie but a goodie. It truly is. But welcome, welcome! Anyway, we were told very explicitly in the hint that he should do something here. So I'm very glad that we chose not to. Oh. A few moments later, he heard a loud bang, and the scramble went into an uproar. Huh. Someone blow a tire? People were running from all directions to see what had made the sound. Oh, maybe they're shooting an action scene now. Achi was a tad bit curious, but he strolled away from the scramble without looking back. Maybe he'd head out to Yotsuya today to stretch his legs a bit. Yotsuya, a neighborhood of the Shinjuku ward in the southeastern part of Tokyo, located approximately 4 kilometers northeast of Shibuya Station. While the numbers 4 to 8 in Japanese can be pronounced the same as the syllables for the name Shibuya, name meaning, name reason, yeah, they can also be pronounced like the syllables for Yotsuya. Additionally, April 28th is both Shibuya Day and Yotsuya Day, along with Seniors Day. Now you know. Fun facts with Achi. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, Akira. Have a little sippy. Thank you for the head pat too. But yeah. It was best not to get distracted. There was trash that needed collecting. Yeah! Another bad end confetti. I love it. Bad end. Your future is garbage. What a name for the bad end. Isn't it great? Right, let's go back and do that again, huh? I'm so glad though. I love getting the bad ends in this. It's also really interesting because later on there are some things where you need to get a bad end to carry on. So it's never like you're never making the wrong decision. You're always unlocking something, even when you're doing what is objectively the worst possible thing. It's so good. Yeah, good end, because littering's for losers. Exactly. He's just cleaning up the streets. He's a good lad. Achi turned back around. The girl was still there. But yeah, it's time to pick the other option now then. Achi couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Maybe he should talk to her and ask what was going on. Let's see what's going on. But just as he was making up his mind, a middle-aged man in a ratty business suit shuffled awkwardly over to her first. Hey, remember this from the other bad end? Hey. Was there something wrong with one of his legs? He was using a cane to walk. Then one of his hands slipped into his jacket pocket. Achi could scarcely believe his eyes. A revolver? I love that it has the details on the revolver too. This is the Colt Detective Special, a .38 caliber revolver introduced in 1927 by Colt's Manufacturing Company. A classic example of a snub-nosed revolver. As the name implies, the weapon is frequently carried by detectives, narcotics officers, and the like for self-defense. With a single fluid motion, the man lifted up the gun and pointed it in the girl's direction. He was aiming right for her head. Uh-oh. Huh? The girl had noticed the man with the cane now. Seeing the gun pointed right at her, she froze in fear. Archie didn't hesitate. Breaking into a full run, he tackled the gunman with all his might. Caught off guard, the man sprawled to the pavement. But the would-be assassin kept hold of his weapon and quickly scrabbled back to his feet. Oh, Archie is... He's so reckless. He's so... Oh, I love him, but he really just... There is no brain going on in there. He is pure instinct. I love him. Archie knew he had to act fast. He grabbed the ashen-faced girl by the arm and attempted to drag her away. Oh, Archie, please! Also, as hello, the Shibuya sure are scrambling now. There is so much scrambling going on right now. But hello! Welcome, welcome. Why is he like this? I love him. Pure of heart, dumb of ass, I love him. This way, he shouted. She's the kidnapper! Wait, it's actually happening now, teehee. She just stared at him, uncomprehending, trembling like a startled animal. Come on, run! Finally, the girl snapped out of her daze and gave a fearful nod. Decisions. Where are we going? Whole time. What do police just like it? Poll has started. What are we doing? Where are we going? Where are we taking her? What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we going to the police box? Are we going to just run? I think it looks like we're gonna just run at the moment. Bad decisions! Ugh. I love, like, that he's kind of accidentally become a kidnapper at this point, but it's because her life is genuinely in danger. I think we're gonna leg it! It looks like we're legging it. 2 people wanted to go to the police box, but we are just running. We are simply running. Where are we going? Who knows? We'll find out at some point. Yeah, that's 9 for just leg it. Here we go. Let's just get out of here. The would-be assassin was getting back to his feet. Archie grabbed the girl by the hand. Run! Without so much as a backward glance, he led her beneath the railway overpass for the Yamanote line. They needed to get as far away as possible, fast. Their best bet was to head toward the east side of the station. It was less crowded there. It would be easier to run. Hopefully Gramps will halt the assassin. I mean, he was walking with a cane. Maybe he can't chase. He might not be able to run very fast. Don't worry, you can trust me. Dragging the hesitant girl behind him, he took off through the crowd. I love that we're here like, yeah, we trust him. He's a good guy. He's the best. And she is literally being dragged away in the midst of everything that's happening. And he's saying, don't worry. He's also still holding a huge bag full of trash. He's still got his garbage bag. Oh. Suddenly, it dawned on him that... oh wait, I just mentioned... I just mentioned that. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he still held the trash bag in his other hand. You know, this thing's gonna be a real pain in my ass. Archie paused just long enough to toss the trash into a garbage bin as they passed by a park, then took off again. Someone shouted from behind. Stop right there! Archie looked back in alarm to see a stranger charging after them. It was one of the guys from the crowd who had run after the attaché case snatcher. Ah. I wonder who this is. I wonder who this is. You gotta be kidding me. Now he's chasing us? There they are. Oh, they're ridiculous. I love this. Whoever he was young and fit and gaining fast. Realizing the girl could never outrun this guy, Archie stopped abruptly. Shielding her behind him, he turned to face the stranger. The standoff. That poor woman's wrists, yeah. She's just been dragged along. She's been held at gunpoint. Her sister's been abducted. She's had her briefcase stolen by the guy who made the ransom demand. And now she's being pulled off by this random guy who was holding a giant garbage bag with him. It sure is a day, huh? Why did you run off? Because you were chasing us! The other fellow eyed Archie skeptically. Maybe he was a buddy of the man with the cane? Keeping his guard up, Archie began to back away. Look, just let the girl go. The guy was acting like he knew her. Archie glanced back, but the girl only shook her head, wide-eyed. The other man's posture shifted, preparing to lunge. But as Archie braced himself for a scuffle, something came crashing down upon the stranger's head. Get out! His eyes wobbled and spun in their sockets, and he collapsed in a heap on the ground. And there, standing behind him, was the girl he'd helped out earlier. The one he'd saved from the hustlers. Hey, you're that girl from this morning. Are you okay? Next to the fallen pursuer's form was a rather thick book. Look at that! Look how big the Dick Diary is. You can't really tell when you're just like looking at it from the side, but that is thick. She nodded towards it. He looked dangerous, so I just threw that at him. Oh wait, no, I think that's not the diary, that's just a book. Never mind. Oh, yeah, thank you. This saves my bacon big time. It's the least I could do after the way you helped me earlier. Sure thing. You should probably get out of here before that guy comes too. Like you said, he's probably dangerous. Right. Archie scooped up the heavy book and handed it to the girl, who promptly left the scene. It probably is a Bible, actually. It would be so much easier if I could read kanji and I knew what it said. Honestly, it's like the only book I can think of that is about that size that someone would, like, probably have. I don't know. I guess we'll never know. Now we better get out of here. The girl nodded. They started down the street, only to see the man with the cane round the corner a few dozen meters ahead. It's volume 1 of One Piece. Ugh, this is not good. The assassin had spotted them, and he hurried in their direction. This way! Archie led the girl into a nearby alleyway. But this way's a dead end, the girl said breathlessly. Like I said, just trust me! Waha! Stopping abruptly, Archie kicked down a wooden plank covering a gap between two buildings, clearing a space that a person could fit through. See? We can get away through here! In you go! But the girl just stood there, looking terrified. What's the matter? Archie asked. Come on, we gotta hurry! But I... She looked at him as if he too was about to pull a gun on her. Honestly reasonable. Honestly, probably fair. He could hardly blame her. After all, he was just some random guy who had turned up out of nowhere. But this was no time for dawdling. The man with the cane appeared at the end of the alley. If they just stood there, he was going to catch them. Okay, sweetheart, hear me out, he said in a rush. The name's Achi Endo. I live in the neighborhood, and I'm not the kind to stand idly by when a girl is being chased by some killer. So please, just trust me, and I'll do my best to keep you safe. He hoped the look in his eyes could convince her he was being on the level. See, that's a face you can trust. That is a face you can believe in. I would trust him. I trust this man. After a painfully long moment, the girl nodded her acceptance. Phew. Right, let's start with this. They had paused beside an enormous stack of beverage crates. With a quick shove, Achi knocked the whole pile down, sending it cascading across their pursuer's path. And that was a close call. The man with the cane was floundering, struggling to get past the fallen crates. My bad, man, Achi called out. Mind cleaning that up for me? He's so cheeky. The man scowled back at them and fumbled for his gun. Achi flashed him a wave goodbye, then slipped away between the buildings with the girl. We did it! Log Lady. Hurrying down an arrow alley. I'm misreading. Hurrying down a narrow alley, they emerged onto a side street lined with dive bars and clubs. Assuming the man with the cane hadn't given up, he would probably lie in wait on the path back to the main road. No, we picked the right one. I know, right? It's like, that seems like the worst decision, but sometimes it works. And then there's other times as well when you pick the thing that it seems should be the obvious right choice, and then it's like, actually, just kidding. Achi decided their best bet was to try to stay inconspicuous rather than risk getting caught on the move. Guess we can lie low here for a bit, he said. He led the girl to the entrance of a tiny old hostess club. She followed him reluctantly. Yeah, I would be a bit worried at this point too, I think. Achi flicked the switch inside the front door and a chintzy chandelier glowed to life. He sat the girl down on the small sofa beside the counter. She gave him a worried look. Achi felt a pang of embarrassment as he realized what she must be thinking. Oh, no, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not going to try any funny business. Someone I know used to run this place. It's not in business anymore, so I figured we're safe here. The girl chuckled at his evident discomfort. All right then, she said. So, we good? We're good. Okay, well, good. Achi made a vague attempt to straighten his disheveled clothes. I love him. I love this man. So, how about some introductions? I'm Achi Endo. Like I said earlier. You can just call me Achi. I'm Hitomi Osawa. You can call me Hitomi, I guess. With each new word out of Hitomi's mouth, Achi felt his heart sing. She was charming, personable. Just about everything about her was captivating. Achi had never met another girl like her. Achi? Is something the matter? You were spacing out there for a bit. Achi shook his head to dispel his daze. Damn it, this is no time to get all starry-eyed. He needed to think of some way to keep her safe from the guy who was after her. Look, can you tell me what the heck is going on? Please, I need to know if I'm gonna help you. Slow down, Achi. Yeah. He's just like, oh, love at first sight. I adore her. I've never met anyone like her. Right, okay. I'm not really sure where to begin. Hitomi looked down, lost in thought. Apparently hers was a long story. All right, she said at last. I guess I'll just explain things as they happened. Wait, hold up. Could you keep it as simple as you can? I mean, I'm not really the sharpest tool in the shed. Complicated explanations ain't exactly my strong suit. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Okay, Hitomi chuckled. I'll try my best. She got comfortable and then started her story. So, last night, somebody abducted my sister. The kidnapper demanded that I make the ransom handoff personally. He told me to stand by the statue of Hachiko in Shibuya at 10 o'clock in the morning to make the exchange. So I did. And this man... Oh, whoa, I'm sorry, hold up a sec. Achi had suddenly lost the thread of the conversation. Oh, I love the thought of her just starting to explain everything and he's just like, no, I'm lost. I lost the thread. Hey, look at that! At times like this, you can press up to go back and reread what you've already seen. Oh, there's the skip! There's the skip. You can also press down to quickly scroll back through sections you've already read. A mark will appear in the upper left corner of the screen while you're paging back and forth like this. You can press the X to reread the marked page. ADHD moments for real. Yeah, press up to go back and reread sections you've already played through. To scroll ahead through text you've already read, press down. When rewinding or advancing like this, a little book icon will sometimes appear in the upper left corner. Press X while this is being displayed to reread the current page. Okay, we can't reread the page because it's all on here, but there. He told me to stand by the statue of Hachiko in Shibuya at 10 o'clock in the morning to make the exchange. So I did. And this man came by and took the attaché case with the money, and then afterwards that other guy with the cane turned up and pointed his gun at me and... Yeah. Could you say that again, but like, simpler? Huh? Sure. I'm just having trouble following is all. I mean, is this the plot to some movie or soap opera? No, that's not. Or some kind of hidden camera show? This is real. This really happened. The look in Hitomi's eyes was dead serious. She's got to be telling the truth. What would be the point of lying? And he had seen the attaché case and the gunman himself. How much was the ransom, if you don't mind my asking? Hitomi hesitated. 50 million yen, she said after a moment. Achi gave a whistle of amazement. The detectives told me that was a typical amount for a kidnapper to ask for. It's plenty, that's for sure. I guess there's good money in that sort of thing. As soon as the words were out, he realized his blunder. Achi, please. Please, Achi. Sorry, I shouldn't have put it that way. He fidgeted awkwardly and Hitomi looked away. I'm an idiot, but okay, I think I get this kidnapping thing. So, I'm guessing those guys who chased the guy who took the ransom were undercover cops? He replayed the scene in his head. But then, the kidnapper took the attaché case and ran, right? So, if you were empty-handed, why'd that guy with the cane come after you? I'm honestly not sure. Hitomi's words trailed off. This was clearly difficult for her to talk about. Anyway, we should probably get you to the police as soon as we... No! We can't do that. Hitomi's tone was resolute. I can't take this to the police. Why not? Achi waited for an answer, but none came. After a long and awkward silence, she stood up from her seat. I really appreciate the help, but I should go now. Yeah. 50 million yen's only like 300,000 pounds? Oh, no, like that's a lot of money still. And it's like, from the way that things have been going as well, it's like the police were all like, we don't think this guy's very experienced. He's not an experienced kidnapper. And I think part of that is because of the amount being not like super, super high. They're like, well, if this was a professional, they would ask for way more. So I think it was a low amount on purpose. It makes you wonder, Makes you wonder, maybe they were like trying to have the police let their guard down. She gave Achi a deep bow. No, hold on, what do you mean go? Go where? He hurried to intervene as she headed for the door. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I'll figure the rest out on my own somehow. Red herring. Yeah, it's like it might be important, it might not be. They might just not know the value of people. What is the value of people? Honestly, I never really thought about like ransoms for people and like putting a price on like a human life. Because I guess as well, oh, I'm really thinking about kidnapping now. I guess a lot would be like, depending on if the people knew who they were getting a ransom from. Like, if it's not a super well-off family, then asking for loads would not benefit anyway. But if it's like a reasonable amount that they would be able to cover, then it'd be more likely to work itself out. I don't know. I'm thinking too much about this now. But yeah, it is an interesting amount of money, though. Hey! I said hold on! Hitomi ignored him and opened the door, and their argument came to an abrupt halt. Uh-oh. Standing there was the man with the cane, his revolver in his hand. Uh-oh. To be continued. That's a new one. And Bob, I hope your journey back goes well. Yay! Thank you for stopping in. But yes, I hope your trip back from the office goes well. Achi Endo's 10 o'clock story ends here. However, Kano's story is still stuck at a bad end. This is due to one of Achi's decisions. Go back to Achi's decision point and change the choice he makes in order to change Kano's fate. This way, Achi's choice can help someone else while his own story remains resolved. The key to getting all the characters through to the end is to go back and change choices for characters that have already made it through the current hour of their story. So we did it! We picked the right choices for Achi, but it doesn't quite work out for Kano. But before we go back and change choices, shall we go through route of Kano being clonked on the head? Because that's going to be a bad end. That's going to be a bad end. Let's do it. Tailing the foreigner. We're picking back up with Kano. How's it going? Where's he going? The man darted down a narrow alleyway. Kano ran faster. The man sprinted through the side streets. Evidently, he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well. He noticed two people over by a trash pile. At first, they appeared to be a young couple. Then, looking more closely, he realized that the girl was Hitomi. Mr. Kuze, I've located Hitomi Osawa. The couple took off running, the rough-looking guy dragging Hitomi by the hand. Yeah, it does look pretty bad, huh? She's with a man in his 20s. It looks like she's being led away against her will. Clarify, please, Kuze demanded. What's going on? I'm not sure. Was this guy a member of some criminal group? It looked like the two were running away from something. Alright, we'll handle the foreigner. You go after Hitomi. Got it. Kano sprang into action. Stop right there! The young man glanced back at Kano, but rather than stopping, he picked up speed, continuing to drag Hitomi along with him. She didn't seem quite able to keep up. Kano knew he could catch them. He tried to close the distance in a sprint. After a short distance, the young man stopped, realizing he couldn't outrun his pursuer. See it from a different angle, huh? Shielding Hitomi behind him, he glowered at Kano. Why did you run off? Kano demanded. Because you were chasing us! A blatant lie. People didn't just bolt like that without good reason. I love his, determined expression here. The young tough started edging away, keeping Hitomi behind him. Kano followed. Look, just let the girl go. The guy glanced back at Hitomi. She shook her head fearfully. Maybe this troublemaker had warned her to keep her mouth shut. You've got this, Kano. Just don't let them out of your sight. Gah! A sudden blow to the top of his head left him staggering. His eyes spun as he reeled with vertigo. Whee! There was a flapping sound, and a vague black shape wheeled above him. Was that a crow? Mr. Crow, is that you? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's clunk. It was the last thing Kano saw before his vision went dark. Bad end. Number 3, was that a crow? We did it! Another bad end. Anyway, we need to make a different decision now. Yay! So I guess, ooh. We've got 2 decisions here. With Achi. I don't remember what they are. Which was this one? This was like police box or just run, I think? Wait, which one was this one? No, this was the police box or just run. This one was choosing to approach her. Okay, no, we don't want to change that. Alright, let's go back here and pick the other option here. Which is the police box. To the police box, let's go. The police box. The thing that seemed like the right decision. Still pulling the girl by the hand, Archie headed for the police box outside the train station. But it was empty. There were always policemen staffing these things. Why did it have to be unmanned now? Wow, I can't imagine why it's unmanned. Maybe all the police are out doing something else, maybe. Archie flashed a worried glance behind him and saw the assassin in pursuit like a man possessed. Yikes! This is not good. There was nothing they could do but run. But hey, that's delayed us a bit now though, huh? Huh. With the frightened girl in tow, Achi ran beneath the JR Yamanote Line railway overpass. The Yamanote Line, a railway loop line that services the Tokyo metropolis. Typically, the morning rush is quite intense, with the stretch from Ueno Station to Okachimachi Station sometimes crowded as high as 216% capacity. Roughly 300 people riding in a space designed for 143 passengers. Wow. Unrelated to the Yamate Line subway that operates in the city of Kobe. Good to know. Don't worry, just trust me, he told her. But first... Oh, that's changed. And Popo, hello, nice to see you, welcome. Oh, thank you for the posture check too. I will have a big stretch. Big stretch, sit up straight, there we go. I'm gonna have another sip of my drink too because there's a lot of reading. But hi Popo, how's it going? Welcome to story time. Things are happening. They sped past a convenience store where an employee was cleaning up the sidewalk. Here, take this, will you? Archie tossed over the bag of trash. What? This time we didn't throw it away, this time we gave it to somebody. We're just like, here, a present. This is all the stuff I found on the road. But yeah, this game is incredible. It's one of my favorite games, and I'm purely playing this just because I wanted to replay it again, but I really wanted to introduce it to people too. It's such a fun story. It's so good. It's so clever. This way! They slipped through the crowd and into a nearby back alley. But this way's a dead end, the girl said breathlessly. Oh, I was wondering if I could skip, but this counts as a different scene. Like I said, just trust me. Papa. Stop. Oh no, I can skip now. Hey, we've matched up to Archie's to be continued now. We did it. We can go back to the timeline. So that means that Kano's not going to find them now. He's not going to spot them running around a corner. He's not going to get clunked on the head with what is probably a Bible. And he can carry on. Here we go. We got train pushers to make sure everyone's packed like a sardine. Like, oh, just... That's like the biggest nightmare to me. I really hate really crowded public transport. It's like, I need my personal space. The man darted down a narrow alleyway. Kano ran faster. The man sprinted through the side streets. Evidently he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well. And Sarah Cat, thank you so much for the resub! Oh, 7 months! Thought you've been subbed longer than this. 7 months is a really long time though. Thank you so much for the resub, welcome! Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Everything Happens So Much, the game. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Evidently, he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well. This is new. The man shot out onto a major thoroughfare, then bolted up a pedestrian bridge. Just where the heck was this guy heading? Halfway across the bridge, the man stopped abruptly. Cautious, Kano stopped as well. Oh, look at that face. Look. That's definitely the face of an innocent man, I think. Oh boy, that is a great evil expression. Oh, work is so much this morning. Oh no, I hope it eases up soon. You can enjoy some kidnapping, ransom stuff. What a silly guy, look at his smile. Height, roughly 190 centimeters. That's tall. Age, 30s. Hair, dark brown. Clothing, all black. A moment later, the man flashed a triumphant sneer, and he held up the attaché case. Before Kano could even yell stop, it was already too late. The man threw the attaché case down to the roadway below. No! Panicking, Kano peered over the railing. Uh-oh, a man on a motorbike was waiting beneath the bridge. I've been had. Kano bit his lip hard. Damn it. Kano sprinted back down the bridge, hearing the bike's engine roar to life. He had to make it in time. He did not make it in time. Descending the stairs 4 at a time, he leapt toward the roadway, but the bike sped out of reach and roared away in the direction of Yoyogi, leaving Kano in its dust. Looking back up at the overpass, he saw the man who'd thrown the attaché case running away. He handed the money off to someone else. He's currently on a motorcycle heading toward Yoyogi. His report to Kuze complete, Kano slumped down in dismay. The cops had played right into the criminal's hands. Now the crooks were getting away and people's lives were in danger. Was there any greater failure for a policeman? Staring off into the distance where the man who'd thrown the case had disappeared, Kano gritted his teeth. But it's not a bad end. To be continued. You finished reading both characters' stories for the hour of 10 o'clock. In 428, you'll make your way through all the protagonists' stories in parallel like this. Once everyone has reached the end of a given hour, the next hour can begin. And what do you know? Oh, here we go. A little intro thing. Yeah. Yeah, we did it. We finally got the title sequence after 3 hours. This game is huge. This game is massive. There's so much to do in this. Look, it's like 4:45 in the evening for me. And we've just completed the tutorial. This is what I meant by this game being a commitment if I decide I want to play it all. But I'm ready. I'm ready for the commitment. I love it. I love this game. I want to commit to it. I want to keep going. But here we go. This is the end of the tutorial for this part of the story. You can reread previous tutorial messages via the main menu. There's a lot of important info in there, so reread it closely. Now, 428 has reached the 11 o'clock time block. You have 5 protagonists available. Whose story will you read first? That is the question here, isn't it? Okay, we've got Kano, who we had before. We've got Achi, who we have before. We have Tama. We have Osawa. And we have Minorikawa. So now it's decision time. Where do we want to start? Who do we want to... Wait, I can make a poll for this. I can do a poll. Wait. I only have... Oh, I do have 5 options for the poll. Oh, this is perfect. Who first? Kano, Achi, Tama, Osawa. Wait, I forgot his name. Is it Minorikawa? Here we go. I'm going to make this a 2-minute poll. Because this is a big decision. I mean, it's not really the biggest decision. We're going to do them all eventually. But who are we starting with? Who do we want to check out the path of first? I'm really not surprised by this poll result. This is 100% what I expected for this poll. I have absolutely no idea why everyone is voting for Tama first. It's such a surprise. I love it. I feel so bad for the other characters. Nobody's voted for anyone except for Tama at the moment. But I can understand it. I mean, just look. Look at that face. Look at that face. That is favorite protagonist. Have a sippy. Exactly, the other characters should have come to work wearing a cat head. You're so right. Also, Noi! Hello! Thank you so much for the resub. 27 months, that is so wild. 27 months, that's so long. Thank you so much, and welcome, welcome. You will not obey the votes of the popular public. You wish to see Kano. The Kano vote is for Tama. Yeah, we've got a 1 vote for Kano and 7 votes for Tama, and the rest we don't care because they don't have a cat head on. Oh, but yeah, how could anyone say no to Tama? Like, just look at that face. Look at those little whiskers. Look at the little pouch in front, the little pocket. Look at the little arms. It's a face you can trust. But it is so funny looking through the protagonists. Like, we've got Achi, who's just a himbo. We've got Kano, who seems to be smart, but sometimes makes really ridiculous decisions. We got a guy in a trench coat. We got a man with glasses. And we have Cat. Anyway, to nobody's surprise, the poll has voted for Tama. So we are starting with Tama. Hello. Listen to the music. It's so tonally different from the other situations. I love it. Look, Tama. Tama! It's so hot. It's so hot in this thing. Way too hot. I feel like I'm sitting in a sauna. Everyone else on the street looks nice and cool. But here I am, getting treated to my very own personal midsummer heatwave. On top of that, I can barely see. I can barely breathe, for that matter. But hey, what can I do? Oh, I am so thirsty. Some iced tea would be amazing right now. I'm going to pass out from dehydration at this rate. Look at the wooble. The heat days. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I am so thirsty. I guess I should have a drink. Although it kind of feels funny that I'm drinking a warm drink at the moment in this scenario. Thank you for the hydrate though. Is it everything everyone was hoping it would be? I love Tama. I may as well admit it. I underestimated how tough this would be. Who knew wearing a mascot costume could be so uncomfortable? A delicate young lady like myself has no business doing this sort of job. I suddenly have so much respect for the people on those superhero team shows. Like, can you imagine doing action scenes in something like this? Heck, all I'm doing is standing here and I'm this close to calling it quits. But I can't. I need the work. I need the money. This is no time to be a wuss. If I give up on this, what else am I possibly going to do? Check out the revolutionary new diet drink, Burning Hammer! I thrust a free sample toward passers-by while shouting as loud as I can. Free sample! A free portion, usually quite small, of a product given out to consumers as a sales gimmick. Allows them to test the quality and effect of a cosmetic or health product prior to purchase. Frequently referred to as a trial size or freebie version of the product. In addition to passing out free samples on the streets, some shops also include free samples with purchased products. Please note that simply taking a product without paying for it in order to test it out is theft. Don't do it. Come on and give it a try! Oh, it's no use. People just walk by one after the other. They avoid looking at the sample. It's been like this ever since I started standing here. What gives? You'd figure at least one person would have taken a bottle by now. I mean, it's free, but I haven't managed to give away a single one. If this keeps up, there's no way I'm getting paid. And then this whole miserable experience will have all been for nothing. Just drink this and watch the pounds melt away. No exercising or dieting necessary. I can hear the desperation in my own voice. Just burn, 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 burn those pounds away. They're giving me cold looks now. They probably think I'm some shyster trying to offload dodgy product. It's that simple! That simple, folks! You just drink the weight away. I guarantee it. Heck, this whole thing reeks of a scam to me, too. Oh, damn it. Reeks of a scam. In other words, it seems extremely dubious or suspicious. The word scam, referring to a type of dishonest scheme, is actually of unknown origin. Several folk etymologies have been proposed, including that it comes from a simple shortening of scandalous misdeeds. That seems like a stretch, but these claims have little evidence to support them. Losing weight just by drinking some concoction is way too good to be true. But still, free is free. You'd think I'd be able to give one or two away. It's not like I'm not trying. Okay, pep talk time. You can do this. Think about the money. Just start with one bottle. Alright, I am going to give this bottle away to the next person I see, no matter what. I close my eyes and gather my determination. You got this, Tama. You got this. I just need to get started and the momentum will build from there. Alright, eyes open. There are two people walking in my direction. Wait, two? Oh no, which one do I pick? If I keep waffling, they're both going to pass me by. I just need to hand this bottle off. Which one of these guys looks more likely to take it? Hey, do we recognize that person on the right, huh? The homeless guy? The homeless guy who's definitely not an undercover detective? Who are we giving this to? Who are we giving this bottle to? Wait, poll time. What do? Here we go, poll time. Poll time, what are we doing? Who are we giving this to? Are we giving it to the businessman to the left? Or Kano's partner on the right? It is poll time. Oh, it's actually a tie for this one. This is interesting. Oh, it's not a tie anymore. Who's it gonna be? Who's more likely to take it? Oh. It looks like homeless guy's gonna win. Yep, we got another vote. I think homeless guy is winning. I think we're forcing it off on the disheveled fellow to the right. And hoping he will take it. Alright, here we go. I try to force it off on the disheveled fellow to my right. Clutching the free sample in my furry fist, I try to force it off on the disheveled fellow to my right. To my surprise, he takes it! Hey! Huh? What's this? He asks, lifting an eyebrow as he looks at the bottle. I flap my fuzzy arms and strike a cute pose as I launch into the product pitch. It's Burning Hammer, the #1 new diet drink. Please give it a try. I'm tempted to draw. That would have been funny, though. I would have just kept doing polls until it wasn't a draw. No thanks, the man says. I'm good. I keep my arms held open wide and pretend I didn't hear that. Look, he says, I'm in a hurry. You should give this to someone else. He tries to hand the sample back to me, but I hold my ground. For a few moments, we are at a silent impasse. Maybe he's weirded out by my cat alter ego holding its freeze frame pose, because eventually he looks away, slips the bottle into his pocket, and walks off. Success! We did it! I did it! I finally got someone to take one. But there are still so many samples left. Yay! We did it! My brief surge of excitement dies before it can even fully take hold. I wonder how the other mascot is doing about now. Wait, things seem fine over there. There's a sales demo happening today at 1 o'clock at the Nokane building. Huh. Looks like the chicken has handed out all kinds of samples. I don't get it. How come nobody is taking any of mine? What could I possibly be doing wrong? I look at the clock. It's a little after 11. My morning of wandering around hawking diet drinks is just about over. I'll need to get ready to head over to the sales demo. I'd love to take the costume off, but then I'd have to carry it. The samples I haven't given out are almost too heavy as it is. Oh well. I might not have gotten results, but I tried my best. I sure hope they don't withhold my pay or anything. Hey, what gives? You got that many left? The chicken speaks with a female voice. Yeah, I reply sheepishly. Nobody seems to want to take mine. Well, I mean, are you looking for the right targets? Huh? Like groups of girls or bored-looking older ladies. Those are the types you gotta be gunning for, you know? Wow. I hadn't even considered that. Now that she says it, it seems so obvious. This is a diet drink after all. Of course I'm not gonna have any luck trying to foist it off on random guys. Well, whatever, the chicken says. Here, give me the samples you've got left. I hand over my samples and the chicken dumps the whole lot into her basket. I'll drink whatever's left so they don't find out you didn't pass them out, she says. Oh, that doesn't sound very healthy. Huh? Wait, like, all of them? Yeah, all of them. The chicken sounds pretty confident in herself. These may just be sample-sized bottles, but still, they add up to a lot. I can feel myself on the brink of tears at the kindness of her offer. Thank you so much. That's a huge help. I bow deeply, which makes my mascot head wobble. Wibble, wibble. Oh, look at them. Look at him standing there. Leaving the station behind, we head down Sentagai towards the Nokane building, a multi-tenant office building in Udagawa-cho, located in central Gai, Shibuya's downtown district. In addition to hosting the weight loss drink sales demo, the building is also home to the foreign capital protection firm Japan Cellcom, the IT mainstay Shibuya OnNet, video game developer Shindai Tradco, and Strikeback Labs, publisher of the monthly magazine Science Strikes Back, along with many other businesses. The Burning Hammer sales demo is going to be held there this afternoon. The job's supposed to pay 10,000 yen for the day, but if we can sell at least 100 bottles of the demo, they've promised another 10,000 on top of that. Oh wow, okay. I need to make sure I sell those 100 bottles. I need that 20,000 yen, and I need it ASAP. Look at... Look at that, look at that. look at their branding. Look at what is going on here. What is going on here? This... Yeah, doesn't this seem like a trustworthy product? Doesn't this seem like the kind of thing that is very legit and definitely not a multi-level marketing scheme?
Wow.
Wow. It's kind of terrifying. We arrive at the Nokane building, a rundown multi-tenant office complex. We head into the room where the Burning Hammer sales demo is taking place. There are already about 50 seats set out. I wonder how many people the free samples will pull in. A stage has been set up at the far end of the room. That's where I'm going to be standing, sipping Burning Hammer while explaining its effects to the customers. Hurry up and take that thing off! The chicken flaps her wings as she speaks. It's kind of early, but come on, let's have lunch. I'm starving. Now that she mentions it, I realize I'm pretty hungry myself. The demo's not starting for another 2 hours. I can't win a war against my stomach for that long. The chicken and I head out to the waiting room where they set out our lunches for us. Mind getting my back real quick? The chicken asks. She arches her back toward me. Apparently, she can't reach her own zipper. Oh, sure, give me just a sec. Honestly, there is a lot going on in this room. There is so much happening here. Everything is happening in here. This is a lot. I try to unzip the back of the chicken suit, but my own suit's thick, fuzzy fingers have a hard time of it. What's the holdup? Come on, I'm roasting in this thing. Hurry up and get it off me. I know, they're so cute, aren't they? I love it. I've almost got it. It's just awkward with these mitts. Finally, I get hold of the zipper and yank it. Yank it downward. Freedom! A girl emerges from the chicken as if the chicken itself were an egg. I'm alive! Her red sweatshirt is drenched in sweat. Almost at once, she's kicking back and cooling off with a hand fan. Sorry, but would you mind getting me too? I ask. Yeah, okay. I turn my back to the girl. I hear metal clacking behind me. At long last, I'm about to be free of this 5-ton fursuit. Huh? The girl murmurs awkwardly. Huh? What? A spike of anxiety hits me. What's wrong? I ask. Yeah, that's a no-go. Zipper's busted. What? Yeah, sorry, this thing ain't coming off. Poor Tama. Poor Tama. What? My vision grows dark. No. No. No! I tug desperately at the costume, but no luck. I'm trapped inside. Oh, what the crap. Ah, well, we can talk to the boss about it when he gets back, the girl says. I mean, it's not like we can just cut it off you with scissors or anything. She sounds entirely unconcerned. It's so unfair. I need to get out of this stuffy, sweltering steam bath as soon as possible. All I can do is clench my fist in impotent rage. But anyway, good work out there today, the girl continues. I'm Chiriko Osugi, by the way. You can just call me Chiri. She smiles as she introduces herself. I mean, I am a pretty cheery gal after all. She breaks into a hearty guffaw. Oh, sure, I say. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, for sure. So, I guess you're not going to be able to eat lunch in that getup, huh? Huh? Ah, that's right. What should I do? Don't sweat it, just leave it to me. Huh? I'll eat both lunches myself. Tama staring into the camera. Just Tama face, just... Tama face. Cheery doesn't even wait for me to reply before reaching for my lunch. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste, she says. She makes it sound like leftover food is a bigger concern than my hunger! I can feel my appetite stirring all the more as she devours my meal with a satisfied grin on her face. A faint, pathetic gurgle rises from my belly. Can you imagine eating with that face right next to you, just like, It's just a cheap little prepackaged box lunch, but right now, it looks like a feast. So what's your name? Cheery asks. Her cheeks are still packed with rice. My name? Yeah. Oh, it's... As I struggle to think of an answer, my eyes alight on the piece of tamagoyaki clutched between Cheery's chopsticks. The yellow slab of lightly grilled egg wobbles to and fro. God, that looks so nice. I can see the inside from the way it's been sliced. It looks somewhat undercooked. Come on, what's your name? Oh, right. Tama. It's Tama. Huh. You mean like the famous cat? Well, ain't that fitting? Cheery chortles and stuffs the piece of tamagoyaki into her mouth, then takes a big swig of iced tea. Yeah, I'm getting hungry too now. So hungry. Oh, this is... I am beyond jealous. I wish I could gorge myself on those lunchboxes until I'm full to bursting. Heck, even a cold glass of iced tea would be a lifesaver right now. I'm so thirsty I'm starting to get all dizzy. Maybe I really am getting dehydrated. This isn't good. If I don't do something, I'm going to pass out before the sales demo even starts. And then I remember something. The zipper down my back might be busted, but I can still take the head off, right? That way I'd at least be able to eat and drink stuff. Oh, right. Decision time. Polls for important decisions. What do? Pull it. Rock gently. Ask for help. Alright, poll has started. What are we doing here? How are we getting this head off? What seems like the best solution here? What seems like the worst solution here? Oh, we got a draw. We got a draw so far. Oh, broken the tie. What is our decision here? I feel like it's gonna be brute force at this rate, which is quite funny. Oh, it's a tie again. Oh. Oh, it's not a tie again. Oh, it is a fierce battle in the poll. What? I think we know which choice it isn't. We're not going to be asking for help here. I think we know what the answer would be to that anyway. I don't think she would help much. But it looks like grabbing it in both hands and yanking it with all our might. Yep. Yeah, we're just pulling it. We're pulling it off. Here we go. It is time to grab the head in both hands and yank it upward with all our might. Ah! Oh, come on! No matter how hard I pull, it won't come off. Ow! A dull pain throbs at the back of my head. Did I smack it against something at some point? Cheery flashes me a curious look. What are you doing? She asks. I thought maybe I could at least get the head off. I try pulling again, refusing to give up. That ain't gonna work. That thing's attached to the body. Oh no. That makes Tama hit the desk. I slump forward in defeat, face planting on the tabletop. No! No! Most folks would have noticed that when they put it on, you know. Well, I didn't. The boss helped me get into it, is the thing. Well, don't let it get you down, Cheery says. Here, drink some of this. She pulls a bottle with a straw from her bag and pours some of the tea into it. Oh my god, a straw! In a fever of thirst, I jam the plastic straw through the mascot costume's mouth. Thankfully, it reaches as far as my own. Yes! I suck for all I'm worth. I suck and I suck and I suck. My body rejoices as the moisture returns to it, like rain coming to the desert. And thus, I revive! Tama's back in action. Actually, it kind of does feel like I'm coming back to life. Oh, thank you so much. I am never going to forget this as long as I live. With tears welling up in my eyes, I clutch Cheery's hand in my fuzzy mitts. Oh, hey, I'm not the kind of person to abandon someone in need, you know, she replies. An embarrassed grin crosses her face. How come you're carrying this bottle around with you anyway? I ask. Oh, that's because I make my own protein juice. Protein? In Japan, the word protein is frequently used to refer to a powdered health food supplement that contains vitamins and minerals as well as a protein component. It is dissolved in milk or another liquid to create a drink. A protein diet typically involves drinking a glass of this in place of a meal. Drinking it in place of tea would assuredly lead to weight gain. Protein juice? Never heard of it. I heard that if you have protein juice for one of your 3 meals a day, you'll lose weight. So yeah, kinda need to keep it. Given Cheery's sort of, well, chubby frame, I don't think the protein's been working so great for her. That's so rude, Tama. That's so rude. Please don't. I've been trying all sorts of stuff, but right now protein is totally the best thing for my diet. This stuff, though? Cheery casts her eyes at the samples of burning hammer on the table. It's like, totally bogus. Huh? Bogus? That's a surprise. Well, yeah, Cheery says. You've got to exercise if you want to burn body fat. Burn. Yeah. The best way to burn fat is to engage in steady, low-intensity aerobic exercise. After roughly 20 minutes of such exercise, the body burns through its available blood sugar and the brain sends signals to have fat brought into the bloodstream. This is how fat is burned. Anaerobic exercise, which leaves you panting and breathless, is not effective. We're learning. She smacks herself on one flabby arm. I mean, there's no way you're gonna lose weight by taking in more calories. Huh. Didn't she just say she was drinking protein juice to lose weight? I keep that thought to myself. I mean, that'd be as ridiculous as all-you-can-eat Kobe beef, she adds. She shakes her head seriously. I'm not sure about using all-you-can-eat anything as an example in a discussion about weight loss, but again, I keep the thought to myself. But hey, a job's a job, Cheery says after a moment, perking up again. They tell me to sell this junk, I'll sell it. A sudden wailing comes from the other side of the door. Thank goodness, that conversation was getting awkward. Please, just give me time. I swear I'll get it back to you. What the heck? Cheery says. Is that the boss? I nod. That's definitely Mr. Yanagishita's voice. He's the guy who hired me. Are you ready for this? I hope you're ready for this. Sidling up alongside Cheery, I very quietly open the door and take a peek inside. dear. Mr. Yanagishita is down on his hands and knees begging, while two uncouth-looking men glower at him. Just a little more time, that's all I ask, he pleads. Once I sell this stuff, I can pay you back. I see a tiny bottle of burning hammer in his hand. Just a little more, mimics the middle-aged fellow. I just gotta sell this. We've heard enough of that out of you. Yeah, the younger guy sneers. We ain't giving you any more time, so quit asking. But I really just need a little longer this time. Please, you gotta believe me. I love Tama's face around the corner. From the look of things, Mr. Yanagishita is dealing with some loan sharks. Though it seems obvious that this term refers to toothy predators of the deep, the word shark in this case actually has its origins in an older Germanic word meaning parasite, or someone who preys on others. The same word gave rise to the terms pool shark and card shark. In the case of loan sharks, though, the initial mental image seems quite appropriate. And the two thugs are clearly in no mood for his continued groveling. Cheery and I exchange a glance. It's probably best if we don't go out there right now. But now I'm really worried. Am I actually going to get paid for this gig? I don't think so. I'm sorry, I don't think she's getting paid for this. As I'm pondering that, one of the men grabs Yanagishita by the nape of his neck and drags him to his feet. Come with us, pal. We'll take you someplace you can, work off your debts. Say what? Mr. Yanagishita wails. The two men drag him away. Half expecting Kiryu to walk in. We need Kiryu at this moment. Come on. Please save us. Huh. Guess he's gone then, Chiri says. She's already starting to pack up her things. Wait, what are you doing? I ask. Going home? Not much point sticking around. Going home? I mean, the demo sure ain't happening now. Anyhow, it was nice working with you. See ya! Moments later, Chiri is out the door. Oh, the saddest Tama. What a sad Tama. Now what do I do? I've been left here all by myself, more or less at a total loss. Bad end! Shift's over. We got our first bad end for Tama. But the question is, what can we do to change that? Can we do anything to change that? Do we need to see the others first? Do we want to try the other options in Tama's path and see if they make a difference? The choice is yours. But yay! We did it! Let's look at the time chart. Doo-doo! Because there were a few options. There was the option here to give it to... what's-his-face, the detective. And there was the choice here when trying to take the head off the mascot suit. Options! Okay, let's try different things. Shall we try... offering it to the businessman? Let's try offering it to the businessman. See if that makes a difference. Dun 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 dun! Businessman. I love having all these diet drinks and it's just like, yes, the businessman. Definitely the person I want to offer these to. Here we go. Here you go, sir. A free sample of Burning Hammer, the latest and greatest diet drink. The businessman flashes me a look of utter contempt and makes a point of avoiding me as he slips past. Bam. There goes the wind right out of my sails. I wonder how the other mascot is doing about now. Right, yeah, and the rest is now the same, so time chart, yeah, nothing changed there. Except she did worse. Let's go back and hand it back to I've forgotten his name. At least we know he'll take it. There we go. He has been given it. Right, it's time to try the other options for taking the head off. Remove mascot suit. Let's just go down it in order. Let's rock it back and forth good and hard. Nah. Rah! Ah! What gives? It won't come free no matter how hard I try to buck it off. And to make things worse, now I've got this dull throbbing pain at the back of my head. Like I bumped my head somewhere. But I don't remember doing that recently. Cheery flashes me a curious look. What are you doing? She asks. I thought maybe I could at least get the head off. I try pulling again, refusing to give up. That ain't gonna work. That thing's attached to the body. There we go, and then I think this is the same. Yeah, that is the same. Right, let's go and ask her for help. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, we're asking Cheery to assist. I decide to ask Cheery. Sorry, would you mind helping me pull my... Ow! I feel a dull throbbing pain at the back of my head. Like I bumped my head somewhere, but I don't remember doing that recently. Wow, I can't believe it's mentioning that it seems like she bumped her head somewhere in every single option. That can't be relevant, surely. Cheery flashes me a curious look. What are you doing? She asks. Thought maybe I could at least get the head off. That ain't gonna work. That thing's attached to the body. Yep, it is all the same. Does not seem to make a difference. Therefore, Tama's fate is attached to one of the other characters. So I guess now the question is, who do we want to do for the rest now? I'm gonna do the poll again. Whomst. The question is whomst. And the poll is up. Who are we going to check out next? Are we going to check out Achi, our lovable himbo? Are we going to check out Kano, who's in quite a situation? Are we going to check out Minorikawa, who is the guy in a trench coat? Or are we going to check out Osawa, who is Glasses Man? The choice is yours. And hopefully one of them can help Tama in some way. Oh, looks like Kano's winning. Nice. Yeah, Minorikawa is the only one without a vote so far. Nobody cares for the trench coat, I guess. But yeah, I think it looks like it's going to be Kano. We're going to go for Kano now. Which kind of makes sense as well, because we encountered his partner in Tama's route. So then it's like, oh, maybe this is the connection we need. Oh, who voted for Minorikawa? I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. He got a vote. Yeah, I think unless we get like a sudden rush of votes towards the end, I think it's going to be Kano. I think it's Kano time. In fact, I am going to just go ahead and go for Kano. Oh, thank you for the hydrate too, Akire. I will have a sip before we start. Kano's path. Oh, but Achi's close too. Could possibly be a draw. Maybe, maybe. Thank you for the hydrate and the head pat. I have been pet. I am hydrated. I am ready to continue. Yeah, Achi was trying towards the end there, but Kano is the winner. And it is time to start. 11 o'clock. Error in judgment. Yay! Kano time. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, because he just lost his lead. He lost all his leads. And also the girl he was meant to be protecting. So things aren't going well for him, huh? As he wandered through the back alleys, Kano gritted his teeth. Going after the guy on the bike had been a bad judgment call. By the time he got back up onto the pedestrian overpass, the man who'd thrown the attaché case was almost out of sight. Kano prided himself on being fleet of foot, but he knew even he would never catch the guy before he disappeared. He'd followed the culprit as far as the alleys, but there he'd lost him completely. All he could do now was hope one of his colleagues caught the man on the motorcycle. Uh-oh. Kuzu's voice crackled through the earpiece. Mobile Command Center calling all units. The suspect on the motorcycle has handed off the case to an accomplice in Miyashita Park, another foreigner. For real? Kano muttered. One thing immediately struck him as strange. Why hand the case off to someone else at all? Why not just escape on the bike? The man with the motorcycle dumped the bike and fled on foot. We've retrieved the bike and run the plate, and we've determined it was a stolen vehicle. What does that mean? The advanced police communication system is carefully maintained. By using the digital wireless systems in their patrol cars, officers are able to directly access the station's computer network, allowing them to quickly check to see if an individual is on the wanted list or if a vehicle is stolen. We still don't have enough details to positively ID the suspect. The suspect now carrying the attaché case is heading through Dogenzaka, also on foot. We've got him under observation. Dogenzaka, huh? That wasn't too far from where Kano was now. Ooh. It looks like we're dealing with a foreign crime syndicate that's familiar with Shibuya. All units head to Dogenzaka, but do not, I repeat, do not attempt to apprehend the suspect with the case. Let's see where he goes. Kano nodded to himself. Without knowing more about the crook's MO, letting this guy go for now was probably the only right call. I just want you all to know one last thing. Kuze's tone grew more solemn. Whatever happens, I know I can count on each and every one of you. Don't disappoint me. Over and out. Ah, no pressure. Kano had the unsettling feeling that the message had been meant for him. Right, it's now or never. The sudden appearance of this syndicate and its bizarre actions were rapidly moving things beyond the jurisdiction of both the MPD and the local police. Mustering his resolve, Kano headed for Dogenzaka. You can tell how old this game is by the phones as well. Like, look at that flip phone. Although, I feel like flip phones are still quite popular in Japan, like, even to this day. Whereas they're kind of just not really a thing anymore otherwise. But yeah, look at that phone. That is high-tech, huh? Kano pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. It was Rumi calling. Girlfriend? Hello? She knew full well he wasn't supposed to take private calls while he was working a case. Maybe it was an emergency? Hi, Bob! Welcome back! Welcome back. I hope your trip back was smooth. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome, welcome. Maybe it was an emergency? He decided to pick up. The knocking got you as well. Hello! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's like, if the knocking's gonna get me, it's gonna get everyone else too. I'm not suffering through this alone. But welcome! How's it going? It's story time. And he's answering a call while he's on the case. Because it's his girlfriend. Rumi? I'm sorry. Are you in the middle of something right now? Kind of. Is this an emergency? Well, yeah. So, I'm in Shibuya right now, and... Shibuya? Why does she have to be in Shibuya now of all times? So, my father came down from Nagano all of a sudden. What? Rumi's father, Shizuo, had been staunchly opposed to the two of them getting married. Kano had visited his home many times, but the man had never even deigned to meet him. Okay, but why does his face look like it's AI generated? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. He's just wearing makeup. But, being lazy as possible before work, that sounds like the best plan. But yes, this is a, an interesting visual novel. It's like a detective, mystery, thriller, drama, comedy, adventure. I can't really, like, stick a genre on it, honestly. But, it's one of my favorite games of all time. So, instead of playing all the games that I have not played yet on my to-do list, I'm instead replaying this one again. Mostly just because I want to share it with people. Like, it's a really good game. I want other people to experience it. But it's a really cool game, though. It's so good. And I haven't played it in like 2.5 years, too, so it's really nice to revisit it. But yeah, it's a game where we have 5 protagonists, and we can affect like the decisions they make and the choices they make, and the things they do. And things that you do as one character can then affect the path of another character later on. So you've got to try and figure out a way to get everyone through each chapter. It's really cool. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, at the moment Kano is our detective here, and he's on the phone with his girlfriend, who has just suddenly said that her father came down all of a sudden, all while like a kidnap hostage case is going on. He ended up losing the girl he was meant to look after. He's lost sight of the perpetrator. He should probably be working a little bit more, but he's answering the phone. Also, thank you for the hydrate too. I will have another sip. More sips of my drinks, because there is a lot of reading involved. But yeah, this is a super, super long game as well, so it's... it's gonna take a while to get through. It's gonna be a long experience, but I'm ready for it. Right, anyway, here we go. Rumi's father Shizuo had been staunchly opposed to the two of them getting married. Kano had visited his home many times, but the man had never even deigned to meet him. Yeah, he told me to tell you he wants to meet with you. What? Now? Look at the face! Kano blurted the words out with more alarm than he'd intended. I told him you were busy working, but he said he'd wait. I love the soundtrack to this game, it's so good. This can't be happening, Kano whimpered to himself. I'm sorry, I know he can be demanding. That's not the issue. Her dad offering to wait made it harder for him to refuse. Alright, Kano said. But I'll have to call you back later, okay? I really am sorry. I'll be at a cafe called Lautrec. It's by the train station. Rumi hung up. For a long moment, Kano stood in a daze, staring at his phone. As if keeping up with the case wasn't stressful enough. Such funky music. At last, he stumbled into motion. But even as he scoured Dogenzaka for any sign of the criminal, his mind remained fixed on the meeting with Rumi's dad. There was no way of knowing when he'd be done with his casework today. But could he really pass up on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get her father's approval for her hand in marriage? Once in a lifetime! Odds are that this will not be the only once-in-a-lifetime experience Detective Kano winds up having today. Yeah, it's shaping up to be that way, huh? Maybe he could slip away for just a bit. There were plenty of detectives still tailing the suspect. Taking 15 minutes or so to meet with Shizuo wouldn't be such a big deal, would it? Here we go, it's decision time, it's poll time. What are we doing? What do... Meet Dad, do your work. Here we go. The poll is up, what are we doing? What is the responsible thing to do here? Oh, it looks like people want to ignore the dad so far. That's interesting. I thought everyone was going to jump on the opportunity to have him just not do his work again. We mustn't get sidetracked, I guess. Yeah, I think we're going to behave. I think Kano is going to behave. We're not going to get distracted and stop doing stuff. We're going to actually be a police officer as we should be. We're going to look into this case. We are going to be very well behaved. Because we know it wouldn't just be 15 minutes as well, would it? Okay, there was one vote at the end for meeting the dad, but no, we're doing our work. No, right now, I've got a job to focus on. Kano shook his head to clear out the foolish impulses. What the hell had he been thinking? A girl's life was on the line. He wanted chaos. Honestly, I am really surprised that people didn't go for chaos, considering the choices so far. I'm really surprised that we are actually just working hard. But I'll take it. Marrying Rumi was more important to him than anything. But now wasn't the time. Besides, now that he thought about it, running out on a critical investigation to meet with the old man probably wasn't going to score him any points. Rumi's dad didn't strike him as someone who would approve of shirking one's responsibilities. That's a very good point. If we apply nose to grindstone, it will become like sword. You're right. He's gonna be the sharpest detective. He's gonna find everything. Kano would just have to wrap up this kidnapping case a little ahead of schedule. Then he could have a proper sit-down with Shizuo. As he considered his plan, he caught sight of the man with the attaché case walking by. Oh, we would have missed that. We would have missed that, huh? Further up along Dogenzaka, in the direction the perp was heading, was where Yamate Dori joined Route 246. Maybe the guy was planning to meet up with a getaway car? No. Wait. Hold on. If that were the plan, why would the gang have ditched the motorcycle earlier? Kano started tailing the man, racking his brain all the while. The suspect turned down a narrow side road. He wasn't heading towards Yamate Dori or Route 246 after all, but back towards Shibuya Station. What in the world was going on? It was starting to feel like the crooks were just messing with the investigation team. Kano radioed Kuze on the wireless. The wireless? The police wireless system is digital in order to make transmissions more difficult to intercept. There are several different channels available, including the basic local channel, a common channel for contacting other nearby patrol cars, channels assigned to specific precincts, action update channels for riot squads, and so on. There is also a separate channel specifically for kidnapping cases, not on the standard wavelengths. Interesting. Sir, I don't think there's any point in seeing where this guy leads us anymore. That's not your call to make. Keep watching him. Sir, this is a waste of time. That girl might be in danger if... Kano's argument was cut short as he saw the man hand off the attaché case to yet another foreigner. Again? How many times were these criminals going to pull this trick? The detectives broke into two groups to follow both of the men. What are they doing? Kano followed the man with the attaché case, who eventually led him back to the area around Shibuya Station. Rumi and Shizuo should be waiting at a nearby cafe right now. Kano tried to remember the name. That's right, it was called Lautrec. The name of the cafe where college student Ryoko Kakinuma from earlier works as a waitress. Wow, isn't it cool? I love how everything links up. I think it's so cool. Named after 19th century French painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. I've probably mispronounced that horribly. He created numerous works, including many posters, book illustrations, and book covers, which are highly regarded in the art world. He kept his eye out for a place by that name as he tailed the target. Before long, he did spot the cafe. Its large plate glass window offered a view of the cozy interior. The sign out front read, Lautrec. Looked like this was the place. The man with the case was at the intersection, waiting for the light to change. Kano took the opportunity to peer inside. He spotted Rumi right away. She was facing away from him. Oh, thank you for the lurk too! I hope you have a good day. Hopefully you can wake up a little easier. But thank you for lurking and thank you for stopping in. So, the man seated across from her must be her father. No, bad Kano, we weren't going to get distracted by this. Sir, please. Kano realized he'd never even seen a picture of him. Shizuo grew organic produce in Nagano nowadays, but up until 2 years ago, he'd been a detective with the Investigation Division. Haha. MPD Investigative Division. I'm forgetting how to read. Responsible for handling crimes such as murder, kidnapping, and arson that take place within the Tokyo metropolis. Truly exceptional officers are assigned to this division. They are regularly dispatched to various regional task forces to aid in investigations, where their talents and experience often prove critical. The position of section chief is... I was waiting for it. The position of section chief is traditionally given only to dedicated personnel well versed with crime scenes and organizational administration. Rumi looked up to her father for his distinguished police career and always spoke quite highly of him. Kano had figured out that if he became a policeman, Rumi might appreciate that. It was this simple impulse that had led to him to join the force. Wait. That is the entire reason he became a policeman? Because his girlfriend's dad is also a policeman, and she admires him? Wow, he's... Oh, why does nobody have any brain in this game? I love them all. I love these characters. He had also figured that public servants could stay afloat even in times of recession, and that his physical training would serve him well in such a line of work. Okay, that's a more reasonable reason, I think. Once he was a policeman, he thought, he could approach Shizuo with his head held high and ask for his blessing in marrying his daughter. But after Rumi graduated from university, Shizuo had up and retired from police work. Even Rumi didn't know why he'd made the decision. Kano had traveled to Nagano many times to ask Shizuo for permission to marry her. But the only response he ever got was, "I'm not giving away my daughter to any cop." Oh dear. Kano had never even gone past the intercom before her father turned him away. Oh, it doesn't sound like he has the highest opinion of the police force, huh? Maybe he chose the wrong career path. If he wanted to impress her dad, I think he may have picked the wrong job. Why? Why does no one have a brain in this game? Why? Years on the force had nearly made Kano lose sight of what had driven him to become a policeman in the first place. And now, the chance to meet Shizuo face to face had finally come. He peered intently into the cafe. Across from Rumi sat an older man with a grim expression. Oh, he looks intimidating. Oh, he looks intimidating. Okay. Look at that frown. Succeeded in spectacular failure. Yes, exactly. That's what we aim for here. Just who was this hard-faced fellow? It took a lot to rattle Kano, but the guy looks scary. Could this really be his sweet little Rumi's father? The prospect of meeting with him later filled Kano with sudden dread. Uh-oh. The man went into the JR Shibuya station and stood before the ticket machine. It looked like he was planning on boarding a train. A scene from a popular movie about a kidnapping sprang into Kano's mind, where the crook had made off with the ransom money after it was tossed out the window of a train. What if this guy managed to get outside the dragnet and pull a stunt like that? It looks like the suspect is going to board a train, Kano informed Kuze over the wireless. Make sure you stay on his tail. Apparently, Kuze still wanted to string the perp along for a bit. We've got the lizards ready to pursue. The lizards? Haha. The lizards, Japanese police lingo for motorcycle squads deployed to pursue suspects in urban settings. We'll re-establish our dragnet around whatever station he gets off at. The man purchased a ticket from the machine and passed through the gate. There was no way to tell what station he'd bought a ticket for, but it looked like he was heading clockwise along the Yamanote line loop. Kano used his prepaid card and made his way through the ticket gate as well. Prepaid card? Officers do not actually get free rides on public transportation simply by flashing their badges, as is frequently depicted in TV shows and films. Doing so might risk alerting the suspect. For this reason, prepaid cards are provided ahead of time. Oh, it's smart. That makes sense. I would have thought he would just have one anyway. An announcement chime signaled the imminent arrival of a train up on the platform. The man made his way up the stairs, looking calm and composed. He showed no sign of checking for pursuers. Kano hurried after him. The man stopped at the very edge of the platform to await the train. Not ideal. There was no way for Kano to get close without sticking out like a sore thumb. The train glided up to the platform. The man gave a quick look around as he stepped aboard. Kano followed. Trains on the Yamanote line didn't stop for long, and soon they were on their way. And round they go. The way he's just standing there looking out the window. Glancing around, Kano noticed other MPD investigators who had slipped aboard the train as well. The suspect stood behind the driver's compartment, staring contemplatively at the scenery outside. Oh, that feels a little suspicious. The man's composure only served to rattle Kano more. A man in a gaudy necktie walked past Kano, talking on his cell phone. Yes, everything's going fine on this end, he said. There's no need to worry. In his other hand, he carried the same sort of attaché case as the man they were tailing. He headed right towards the driver's compartment and stood next to the suspect. Well, now that's not suspicious. Uh-huh. Kano leant his head subtly, straining to make out what he could of the phone conversation at the other end of the car. Yes, of course. 225 pages, all fully proofread. 225? Article 225 of the Penal Code of Japan details kidnapping for profit and kidnapping for ransom. Accordingly, 225 is police shorthand for kidnapping. That was police jargon for kidnapping. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I just read that. Was this guy in cahoots with the kidnapper? Maybe the criminals had planned an attaché case swap. Kano watched the newcomer like a hawk. He's staring. But rather than making contact with the suspect, the man turned around and strolled back the way he'd come. He hadn't done anything suspicious at all. Yes, right. Uh-huh. Understood. Kano stole a glimpse of the man's face as he passed. He stopped and looked at Kano, seemingly aware that he was being watched. He looks a bit worried. I feel like that's just like a worried expression that a person would make on a train anyway, though. Kano decided to... Are we staring him down or looking away? Poll time. Poll time! The poll is up! What are we doing here? How are we reacting to... Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Of course we are. Of course we are. Of course you're all voting stare. We've got to assert our dominance. We gotta stare. We can't back away here. That's a sign of weakness, right? We gotta stare. We gotta keep staring. I don't think look away has any chance. There's not a single vote for look away. Everyone is voting to stare him down. We must. Dominance. Oh, I need to... There we go. Dominance. Kano decided to stare him down. Ah, my apologies, the man said. He shut his phone with a click. I know it's rather rude to talk on one's cell phone when you're on a train. That's just common decency. The man affected a smile, then headed back to the car from which he'd come. Okay. Sheesh. Sheesh! Guess I overreacted. You gotta stop staring at everyone. An oddly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. Blend into your surroundings more. Oh, I clicked too soon. Sasayama? When did you get here? His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise. The steely expression on his face was at odds with his anime nerd getup. Kano had seen Sasayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you for the lurk as well, Sarah Cat. Thank you. It's quite rare for Sasayama to actually wear a suit. On the rare occasions where he does and he's walking the halls of his home precinct, he frequently goes unrecognized. Here are some of Sasayama's costume designs from his evidence notebook. Santa costume. Oh, there's so many costumes. Look at those costumes. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's his anime nerd look. Use this for train stakeouts. Don't forget the awkward smile. Glasses are crucial. Point is to draw attention in crowded train cars. Because someone going undercover would never draw attention, therefore he is not undercover, right? Stare gang, rise up. But, here we have, the disguise for stakeouts at dockside warehouses, specifically. Let co-workers know beforehand so as not to be mistaken for the real thing. But, suit and posture amplify wild animal side. Tragic expression and sunglasses, and also a bird on his shoulder, I guess? And here we have arresting crooks while practicing discipline. Might help to stop funeral robbers? You know what? It's good to have a plan for every situation, I guess. And for nighttime stakeouts, hardcore material, plenty of exposure. Emphasize bulginess in final version. It's, great. Great costumes, great. I also love here, like, Santa is a must for Christmas. Keep presents in bag to calm down children in case of emergency. Yeah, he's having a time. Kano had seen Sasayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Chef, magician, samurai, and an astronaut, to name a few. But this was a new extreme even for him. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Sasayama's costuming antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits. But lately his quirk had become tedious. You like the ocean? Huh? Never mind. Sasayama pulled a small bottle from his breast pocket. Drink this while you can. Guessing you haven't eaten. Huh? What's this? The least I could do. He handed Kano the bottle, then slipped away into the next compartment. Yum. He'd pulled an all-nighter and hadn't eaten. So he was glad to have something. He took a sip. Whatever this was, it was bland. It almost didn't taste like anything. Just what had Sasayama given him? Ah, what the heck. Anything's better than nothing. He brought the bottle to his lips and chugged the contents down. He suddenly got a massive head rush. He felt a heat. A heat like a burning that spread from his insides throughout his whole body. No, that wasn't right. It was an ache. It was a ferocious ache. A burning that spread from his insides to his fingertips. And there was pain. A numbing that spread from his insides all the way down to his toes. Burning, aching, hurting. Burning, aching, hurting. Burning, aching, hurting. Twitchy, itchy, dizzy, sleepy, chilly, willy-nilly. This was not good. This was super duper not good. He broke into a cold sweat, his forehead drenched, his body damp and clammy all over. Yay! He felt his grip on consciousness slipping. Yay! Sasayama, what the hell did you do to me? With bleary eyes, he squinted to read the writing on the bottle. Burn. After a scant few letters, Kano blacked out. And we'll leave it there for today. Because it is already 6 o'clock. I was looking at the time, but oh my goodness, Alinte! Thank you so much for the resub for 21 years. So long. An adult now. Sick burn. Yeah, I think that went well. But I kept going there because because I've played this before, I knew this bad end was coming. I may have set up for this to happen because I wanted this to happen. Like, I went back and redid the thing where I gave the drink to Sasayama because I knew this would happen. And I'm so glad I did. Because that's one that's really easy to miss. If you just don't give it to him, then nothing happens there. If you just don't hand out the supplies, then you don't get this scene. But if you do, it's another bad end to add to the list. But we did it! But yes, we've made quite a bit of progress. Although it's quite funny because I say we've made quite a bit of progress. We are not even partway through this hour. There is so much left to do. But I'm so glad I decided to start playing this. I feel like it's good. I'm excited to revisit it all. It's gonna get even more intricate later on too. I'm so excited. But yeah, it's just such a clever game as well. And it's really satisfying seeing how things like link together and like pass over from like one storyline to the next. I hope everyone else has liked it too though. I'm definitely going to play more. I love it. I love this game. I love the story. But yes, I should leave it at that for now. Honestly, the whole Tama scene from earlier has left me really hungry, so I want dinner now. But yeah, it's like it manages to perfectly balance like the silliness and the seriousness. Like some of the topics are like so bleak and it's so intense, but then it like they add these little like goofy storylines alongside it as well, so it never feels like it's too much, and I love it. But with that, I shall bloop. I shall head on over to here and we can find somebody to raid. Let's see who's online. Da-da-da. Where are we sending the raid off to today? Also, I really like being able to do the polls as well, like let everyone choose. I wonder if there's a way I can set up the poll system to show up on the screen as well, maybe? I don't know. I'll have to look into that before I play this again. But yes, thank you everyone for joining me today. Who should I raid? Who haven't I raided in a while? Oh, actually, I kind of want to raid Yuria. It's been a while since I raided Yuria. She's playing Fear at the moment, which seems suitably intense. But I haven't raided her in a while, so I think I'll send the raid over that way. But yes, thank you so much everyone for joining me today. Here is the raid message. We're going bongos, because I'm excited about this game. If you're subbed, we'll use the bongos. If you're not, we will use the hearts. But yes, I'm going to send you all over in Yuria's direction. And I'm going to go have some food. And then I don't know what else I'm going to do. Probably set up my Switch. Make sure my Switch works for tomorrow, because because in theory, I can play Switch games again now because I'm not using my webcam for tracking. And that was the problem before. But I still haven't actually tested it, so we will find out. We'll find out later or tomorrow if I'm actually playing Animal Crossing tomorrow, but I think it should be okay. I think it should be fine. It's been so long since I played it, I've missed it. But right, let's get that raid started. But yes, thank you so much everyone for joining me today. I hope you've been enjoying the story too. I love the characters so much. It's such a fun game. But yes, time for me to head off. Big stretch. Alright, I hope everyone has a lovely time, but I'll be back tomorrow with hopefully Animal Crossing. If not, I'll find something. I'll find something. Thank you so much everyone for joining me, and until next time, bye bye!